Hello, my lovelies. Hello, everybody. Hello, Rainer, Sheppy, John, Buster, Vex. Hello, everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I'm still fucking waiting for my mic. It was supposed to be here before stream. But now it is here probably midstream. So hopefully we will get that today. Let me check one more time. The stuff for that. I also need to upload a thingy. It says it's on its way. Gotta be here soonish. No mic. No mic. It's a new upgraded mic. It'll sound so good. But that's okay for now. We're just gonna hang out and do what we need to do. I eats it. Good damn. Hey, why you eat it? Please, that's a special mic that child we pay for. Please. Can I have it back? Can you spit it back out? Can you spit it back out, please? Give it back. Today's Halky, right? Today is Halky. Perfect. They rated them yesterday, so this is perfect. Oh, take me. I let you know I'm tired. Gonna have to wait 24. I can't. The Rally Angel, Halky Web. How you doing, Sheppy? Album books. I wonder if Kiwi had a meeting today. I'm a little late on posting this, but it'll be alright. Actually, this needs to be live 2D. Hello, Pixels. Works being a bitch? Wow. Go home. Quick, go home. I'm kidding. But I'm sorry that it's a little rough. Oh, how it wow. Alright. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, wrong thing. Uh-oh. Wrong. I clicked all the wrong buttons.
Father, help!
Oh, shit. I'm back. I got yeeted. You yeeted me. But I have returned. I don't want to listen to this song right now. Bum, 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 bum. I've been on, went to the salon's gonna burn. Gonna burn. Oh, ash in the microwave dish, it's gonna turn around. Mahatma Gandhi and Mother Teresa. I'm kind of freaky and a pet isn't a visa. Let her go. I have no idea what the song is about. But I like it nonetheless. Not you anymore. How request song again? It is a Twitch routine. It's a Twitch routine. You have any song you want as long as it's on Spotify. Big strong woman with big muscles. Lisa, is like a wizard. Teresa and Mahatma Gandhi, wondering about whose turn it is to do the laundry. Let her go. Tell me what up. She doesn't like you very much. Upload. Oh, this is not what I wanted. I want my shorts. It's a I swear I need a new desk chair. What's wrong with your current chair? Well, you know, upgrade yourself if you need it. And Mother Teresa. In the penthouse in my it's a stool? Oh my god, please upgrade. Your back must hurt. Do you not even have like a kitchen chair you can sit on? I think even kitchen chairs tend to be better than stools because they have back support. At least they have the back thing. I like you very much. My lower back is hurting. That's understandable. I'm sorry that you have to fucking sit on a poopy chair. A poopy chair. I still have to roll with these. I don't know. I got that editing today. Highlight. Thank you for the song request, Buster. I hope you have a fun time at your knitting club, by the way. Thank you for the boo. How long it's been. But on the bright side, I'm going to go. Ooh, more trivia. What did you? I forgot. I'm sorry. What did you win last time? Or did you win anything? Did you win anything when you won last time? Because I know you won. I just don't know what it was. Oh! Yay! Soda pop. Yippee! I love that song. $50. Oh, right! Nice! That's a fucking whole ass meal and a half, too. That's actually really nice. I hope you win again. Won 2 times in a row? I hope you win for a 3rd time. You deserve it. Tweet yourself. Now you could have so many gift cards just saved up. A whole ass party. Oops. Oh my, how things change so rapidly. I tell myself firstly. Gonna get a beer and some wings and have fun? Oh my god, I hope you have so much fun. Oh my god, I hope the wings are delicious. Do you like the food there a lot? Or do you just like the vibes? Fuck, I want wings bad now. That's what I'm saying. Buster got wings yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry. It's because I think I lowered it yesterday. My bad. Is it better now? I hope it is better. You enjoy watching. Thank you for the cheek pat. Yeah, that better. Okay, Poggin, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I would have not recognized it. Thank you. Everybody leaves. Every 2 rounds, they have a question for a free bear. Oh, free bear! Fuck yeah, that's awesome. This is so sweet. Look at my little smart cookie. Take my head, give me some advice. Beer, yuck. That's valid. I don't like beer, but hey, it's free, so you know, what can you do? Okay, this is going to be the enshrine. I know it's just. Beer, good beer, yum, bad beer to the trash. Yes, or for cooking, I guess. I feel like some beers you can just use for cooking instead of drinking it. Oh, Sheppy, it's okay. As you age, you'll pick I'd rather just have a cider. That's valid. I do not like normal alcohols because I don't like how bitter they are. But the only ones that I have been having, if I decide to have one, tends to be a cider because I like the taste, how sour it is. Okay, so skip. I've already done this. Shrine text. Oh, close. Okay, sorry, my bad. I think the 548 characters were good. Create. Select tags. If I don't want to create phrases. You know, they facing me, facing me. I love a good cider. That's valid. Okay, let me see how this sits. Oh, that's right. How's this look for the layout? Have you tried Hard Dixon cider? I feel like I've seen it at the store. I don't think I've ever had it though. No. Oh, what? I gotta study for an organic chem test? No, just hang out. Or I guess do a little studying and then go to the bar. I would like to acknowledge it's legal to give your children alcohol in Texas. What the fuck is it? Shut the fuck up, Condemned. You fucking jinxed me, man. I didn't even want it this way. 2, 3, subtitle 1. We can get away. Not little kids, but yeah. I think it's weird. I think being okay with giving your children, no matter the age, alcohol is not great. Oh, so tired. Hey, little soda pop. Soda pop, soda pop. Soda pop. I do believe it's wrong to give children alcohol, but I do think it helps parents from getting locked up for buying their 18 to 20-year-old children drinks. That's valid. Clipped it. God damn you, condemned. God damn you! We can drink here in the UK at 18. That I think is valid though, because I feel like 18 isn't it like is like alcohol in and of itself is like Buster. Be nice. Be nice. I think it's valid because like I think 18 honestly, sorry that was rude. Okay. It's okay. Thank you for recognizing. I think it's like I feel like 18 is more appropriate because then it's like because you can use cook like alcohol in like cooking and stuff, and also having it understood and more like legalized at a younger age I feel helps like children like not like the fact that it's forbidden is why younger kids want it, you know. Don't be rude, be ultra mean is crazy. No, don't be mean. No mean. Thank you, Buster. It means a lot. As it was in time, skip out the way. You call me dumb fucking crazy. That's crazy. You guys are crazy. I set my mind. I would say. Okay, I think this is better. Okay, and then just so that way I have this, because it's gonna bug the shit out of me if I don't. Actually, 7. How do you take? Okay, I show you. Go here. Go to your channel. Scroll down. And then go right below your page. You have edit panels. I don't have my mouse up. My bad. You have edit panels. Click that on, and then you can add images, links. And you just gotta click add, and then add image, and it can just be an image, or you can add like text and stuff in the little text box. Let's run. I can be heavily traumatized by fighting in war, but can't drink away the pain. Drinking kind of sucks though. That doesn't taste that great, to be honest. Oh, Elaine, what's up? What's up, Sharpie? New kid! Oh my god, a new kid! Have you named the new kitty yet? New kitty cat? Not this yet. I'm forgetting what I'm doing. I need to. Her name is Shrimp. Legal name Shrimp Fried Rice. Cute! I love it. 10 out of 10. Leave me. Would you even want me? Look like a zombie. Would you even want me? Yeah, this shouldn't be too much. Let me see if I. Yeah! I want to see a picture. might be a little spicy for my computer. There was a cat that got into my parents' car and was rubbing up against their dog, and we think it was a stray. It was one impulse decision from getting a new home. I mean, you should have kept it, is my opinion. Oh, my eye itches. Okay. Let me post this. Let me post this for my work. You'll never leave my side. Oh baby! Oh baby! Oh, she's so cute! Oh, she's so cute! I love her colors! Oh my god, I feel like Shrimp's such a good name. Oh my god, so cute. Thank you, Chevy. Oh. Oh, what a sweetie boy. Oh, he's so cute. Thank you for sharing. Fuck, that's adorable. This is old. I bet the meow meow makes go fly wise. Hello, Quincy. What's up? I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. Well, welcome on in. She does, but it has cat hair in it. That's so cute, though. That makes sense. Thank you for the song request. Oh, good song. Hello, you got my name right. No worries. Pog. I was worried. I like said it out loud and I was like, did I say that right? Let's see. Hope text, default text, current color, current. I want to put these in the old. BRB musty shrimp. Sounds good. Have fun seeing the swamp. Okay, so we want to add the enshrined version of this text here. Yes. And then I have a question, which I will take my own video to test this because I don't want to fuck up the enshrined one. Also happy you're having a good day, Quincy. Welcome on in. I like bit my lip yesterday when I was eating chips and it still hurts. I saw you use DaVinci and wanted to ask if you had any advice to using it. What would you propose? Wait, sorry. I saw you use DaVinci and wanted to ask if you could have any advice to using it. What would you propose? Like, are you like trying to make shorts or long form content? And I would say that the free version is very good. The only downside to the free version that I feel like a lot of people don't understand right away is that you can't use fancy plugins or like its automated tool to make subtitles. But if you're just making short form content or long form content that doesn't necessarily need subtitles, so for sure, long form is hard. But yeah, so the fun little subtitles cannot be done in the free version of DaVinci, but I'm sure you could put it in something like CapCut after you've edited it, and then like or do that manually. This manually takes a little bit. It'd be good, to have, like a vertical format. So this is what I have. Shit, I missed underage drinking combo in the shower. That's my favorite activity, not my fave. I don't even drink without food. No, that's valid. That's valid. Dumb videos, videos, who's. So a good thing to have when you're editing for social media is to have these like borders as well. Would make sense to use a mobile tool. That's a good shout. Yeah, because CapCut has a really good, I think, free version of like subtitling for videos, I believe. I don't use it personally, but I know a lot of people that do. So you could put it through that. um having these frames to make sure that you are putting content where they need to go. Like for example, you can't really put anything in these red borders because, for example, TikTok UI will block it. Cause I think YouTube might have a separate one, but I think I mainly just use the TikTok one personally. Other than that, have fun. Make sure it's something that you enjoy. Oh, I think the biggest thing, if it's something that you are okay to at the like when you're done editing, the borders are really cool. Yeah, I think there's like a resource for it. I think. Well, hey, this smell like you smell nice today. Oh my god, you were about to trigger me because I literally just took a shower before stream. I took a shower, then I took a nap. Let me see. Oh, where is it? Oh no, I think it was Noble that sent them to me. I can put them in chat. Yes, safe zone guides. Oh, sorry, this is my VOD. The 11th. What's going on in here today? We're doing a little bit of video editing, general maintenance of my stuff. But Quincy, if you want like safe zone borders, Orson Lord has really good ones. Orson Lord is amazing. They make amazing tools for the video editing community, but yeah. They have a universal template safe zone. I might look at this one. Hi Kiwi! Welcome on in. Yeah, cause I'm gonna start doing my captions differently, so running out the place. Ooh, thankies. Of course. Happy to share. But yeah, if you need like any help at all, like feel free to like DM me on social media, Discord, or join the Discord. We have Oso Soviecto and Noble 18th who also does video editing in the Discord that I know of. So pretty cool. I'm gonna take my latest. I say my latest and then I can't find it. 37. Welcome in, Kiwi. Sorry, the shower is small. I need to wash my hair. I'm suffering. Okay. Actually, I could do this not with this one. I could actually do this with the Vibe and Shine template, actually. Device really did open my eyes to new tools. Awesome! I'm so glad. I'm glad I can help. Because we're gonna be real here. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there for a lot of social media content. And I'm not one to want to compete with others in that fact. So I get it. This is a lot. I'm gonna simplify this one. This one's a lot. In your area. Yeah, like I don't know why this space is here. Does it have an explanation on the website actually? What's up? What's up, G? Why? I don't think there was a reason. Wrong. I'm a little shit today. Sniff sniff. I smell a liar. You can be a little shit but not smell like a little shit. That's me. I don't want a blanket. Okay. Avoids all the major social apps UIs without boxing you into standard stage. Okay. Koji time, yeah, I want a blanket. Okay. That, and then I need the one that I've already made. Because I often have titles in my stuff. So, I just want to... Hi, I just got back from break because the meeting ran long today. No problem. How was the meeting? Okay? Hope your meeting was alright. Son of a bitch, this border. Ah, I see. What UI goes this slow, though? That's my question. 250, 160, 380. Universal stations. I smell like coconut, but I feel like a rat. Don't we all, Pookie? Don't we all? Positive changes are on the horizon, but we're gonna have some pushback from the offices for a bit. That's understandable. Hey, pushback's always good. And you got a voice. God, this AC is so ass. It's set for 70, but it's 81. Yeah, ACs, you gotta like overdo it a little bit. Aren't we all rats in a rubber room being crazy? Because I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. You know what makes me crazy? Rats. Sorry. But yes, ACs will fluctuate, so you kind of gotta give them a little bit more, a little bit less, depending on if you want it. Been set for 70 for over a week. You might have to, cause like, maybe if it's an older model, you might have to give it a little bit more. If it's still newer, it maybe because it's on constantly, it could also be like little Willy Wonky Billy Wonky. That's the min temperature. Can it not go lower? Mine can go to like at least like 60s. Now my room isn't made of rubber, it's concrete walls. Damn, luxury over here. Mr. Luxury over here. And I'm copacetic. It can all damn, really? I wonder if it's for power consumption. My AC can go yeah, I was thinking like 60 sums. But I could see that them doing that for power consumption reasons. And then because I'm a girly pop, I'm going to curve these. I think central, but I'm in a dorm building. It's probably because they're trying to save on money, if we're honest. I want all these to be curved the same. This one. You're not a star. You're not a star. Do I have the DaVinci file that I used? I did. I do. This one's slightly different. I'll just save over the last one I made. I found a tutorial to help me learn the Godot game engine and trying to help me learn how to make a farming game, which is a core aspect of the future game, so I might be able to use it to get the core gameplay loop done this week. Fuck yeah! If you ever catch... Oh, what is his name? I think his name is Tayo? No, I did a video on him. Hold on. He makes really cool stuff on his stream with Godot. So you might like him. Taijiro. Hold on. Ooh, for game developer. Woohoo. Yeah. Taijiro essentially made a game out of a stream using the Godot engine. So if you can ever check him out, he's pretty cool. Oh, other bell, baby, you're not a star. You're a star. Think about you. You're tired. On this night, I need your nostalgia, need your nostalgia. Let's do it this way. Okay, so let's turn off all the extra stuff. I might have to scoot this down a wee bit. This one, so it's like here. What's mine? What about to kidnap your maintenance man, Vex, and waterboard him until they make it where your AC gonna hit 0 Kelvin? They'd be freezing though. That make their buns a little too frozen, right? Wouldn't you rather their buns be a little toasty? Need your nostalgia. think the devil has horns. Hello, 40 Fahrenheit. Cold. That's cold. That's cold. I like a brisk, like, 50, 60 is my favorite. Video editing. DaVinci Resolve. Nope. Valid. Top layout. Border. I only turn mine down to like 60 at night. Yeah. Helps me sleep. Yeah. I sleep right next to an open window. Hi, Taylor. Happy Tuesday. I want to change the music. I saw Anna Ponsu recommended on my fucking Spotify, so I'm gonna listen. What's this one? Not as being Southern boy, Northern girl trope. Note, sleep next to I sleep next to a window. It's wide open at night. Please don't kidnap me. Time makes it tears to dawn to build the summer days. Everything stays the same. Rises the moon. Waves in the water. Rising dawn to rises the moon. Hold your weary. Because I got this morning for class. Guys, you gotta rob me. Don't rob me. Don't rob me. I will cry and shit myself. 3, what did you get? What'd you get, Shaler? That's why it's not cooling just your space. It loses efficiency the further you are from the unit. That makes sense. Bro, please. I'll shit my pants. Yo, Lane. Hi, Oso. Free donut? Wait, free donut where? I want a free donut. How you doing, Oso? There's a moon. Rises the moon. Cabbage is not hidden. Just eat around the cabbage. Eat around the cabbage. Don't eat the whole cabbage. Comes to steal away a dream you keep. Breathe. What do I want for my captions? Iridescent, no. Bouncy karaoke. Oh snap, snap text. It moves and highlights. Snap text, it moves. I kind of like bouncy karaoke. Okay, so excuse me. Where have you paid all your children? Don't be so I say. Hello, Rhina. How you doing? Where have you paid all your children? Don't be so I say. What I'm hearing is that I'd have to visit. I'd recommend a personal unit or at least a fan. A fan would be good. Personal units can get expensive and also cannot be very what do you call it? My brain died. They're not very cost efficient. Cost efficient. Cuddles with some AC. Yes. I got a personal AC unit, but I have my window open, a fan on. There you go. There you go. Where's my phone? Hey, where have you been, Jude? Please say, happy, hey, where have you been, all your children? It's invertible, extended round, and then positionally horizontal. So now we'll go. Okay. Oh, my custom colors are gone. No! Fuck. It's fine. Those will just come from this picture. Zero face and its ugliest sin. Hi, Womble! Welcome on in. I don't wanna grow out of my veins. I don't think you're ready for the takedown. Maybe you into pieces, wanting well to pain. All the same. Hi, Le. Hi, Womble. That's such a cute emo. Oh my god. Womble, how much for a hug emo? Womble, how much for a hug emo? I gotta save up. I want a hug emo. Womble, how much for a hug emo? I'm so tempted to grab some more Indian food because I use meal swipes, but I had it for lunch as well. Fuck it, do it if you want it. And a stop. But it's not to grow with the hatred wanna grow out of my veins. I don't think you're ready for the takedown. I never plan on doing one of those for someone else. That was so much work. Can I just have the static hug? Would it be possible just to get a actually, I could draw a static hug. A little suburbs. Oh yeah, I could do you a hug. I could do you a hug right now in real life. Come here. Come here. Come here. You can't see it, but my arms are open. Wait, can I? Hold on. Come on. Come on. Arms open. Arms open. Come here. Where my hug at? Where my hug at? Where my hug at? I want to check on my. I'm gonna check on my Shippy really quick. Yeah. Take down, take up, and take it. Rip, I grew up in the burbs. Oh, Womble, you're so cute. I want my new mic. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm just really excited for the new mic. You don't deserve a hug? What do you mean? Whoa, rotation. think I like this one. And then... Where Scylla, 'tis our only way home, deep down. Thank you for the wellness check. Life that made me happy. Deep down, where there is unshame. And custom color, and then have any other ones? I don't think I do. I think this is all of my all my colors, I think. Hope. Things are sorry. Voice we won't play. We must do what it takes to survive. Alright, let's try that with oh fuck, I went up. Oh shit. Okay, so it's this part that we want to make bigger. Right there. Yeah, I think I like that. I feel like this one. Upon your head and your tears. We must do what it takes to survive. Pick up your heart and say. That's weird. Or is it this? Oh, it is this. It's this one. We must do what it. We are the same, you and I. Refresh. Oh, this isn't on. I need to post a thing. Let's do three words. Like try to subtitle 11. 3 phrases. I was a ghost, I was alone. 두어진 기속에 post. Also, it's crazy to me that how few youpers there is in the biggest city in the. You lost me. What's a youper? Youpla. Is that the same? Youpla. Done hiding now. I'm just like I wanna be. We're going. Youper is someone from Upper Pennsylvania. Interesting. Wait, what? Hold on. Not Pennsylvania. Peninsula! My bad! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Peninsula, my bad! They look similar. Similar word. They look similar. Once we are hunters, no. What the fuck? Oops. What? My brain! I'm gonna turn my fan off. It's getting a little warm here. Oh! What do you think the F stood for? What? Can't get over the fact that the fourth of the Texas population lives in DFW? What's DFW? It stands for Fox. Okay. What's that? I don't like that more. Dallas, Fort Worth. Oh! That makes sense. Sail of crowded seas, never fear of drowning, and revive the waves of life. If you me, urging sun, freezing cold, on my journey, as we are. My dearest one, my darling dear, your mighty words astound me. I have looked for ringing deeds when I feel you. I like that more. Cool. Well, I gotta go. Have fun at knitting club. With you from all harm. I'll get ready to go to trivia. Bye, lady chat. Bye, Shippy. Have a great time at trivia. Let us know how it goes. We'll be here when you come back, probably. As long as you come back by like midnight. Be back in 3 hours. I'll see you later. I'll be back later. Okay, see you guys. Bye bye. Bye bye. Everyone's BRB. I could have stuff to do today. But it's okay. I'm staying here. I'm not going anywhere. I love blue, but I feel like I gotta use a different color. Together dreaming about you beside me. Trophy of the ways of life. You will I feel like I like the light blue. But like everything else is either built around a single factory or college town or ecotourism. Yeah, that's how it is a lot of times. Like, if you look at Colorado, for example, I feel like Colorado is like a really good example of this. Maps. So if you look at Colorado, oh Jesus, we have this town, and then this town. Everywhere fucking else, no one really fucking lives. Most of the towns, like, people live, they mostly live here. I really don't like this view. I don't like that view either. A million pieces, and I can't go back to traffic. Yeah, see? No one really lives out here. Everyone lives upon these green lines. And that's it. Most people just live here. I feel like in Oregon, it's maybe a bit more. Maybe not. But yeah, most people just live here. No one lives north of Lansing here. Yeah, no one lives on, like, this side. Right, this is what it sounds. Then again, there's a lot of mountains here, so but like, this is more expensive. And then this side is just desert. So if like you live for some reason out here, your life probably sucks because it's just desert. We let it get between us. Do you guys like this mix of colors? I think I like it. I think this is good for my TikToks. Yeah, I think I like this. And once you get north of... I'm not reading that because I feel like I'm about to get scammed. I like it. Cool. Making a really bad decision right now. What's up? What's up? Oh, wait, no. Is that not the line? No. I'm scared. You promise you're not gonna do a D's nuts joke if I say it? You promise? You promise? You motherfucking promise? I'm doing a Terrifier movie marathon, but every time there's a kill, I take a shot. Whoa! Drink water! Please, for the love of God, fucking drink water. Please. No, it's real, I've been there. You're not promising me. You're not promising me that if I say it, you're not gonna D's nuts joke me. And that's what it's not, I believe you. The thing is, I believe you wholeheartedly. I believe you, Vex. That's not the problem here. And those movies are literally known for being fucking brutal. You know, maybe start with lesser drinks. Do mixers before going to the whole thing. Maybe ETA for the new mic. 2 hours? 2 hours? Let me check. Kiwi, if you want, I will literally send you the shipping link so you can look at it too. And we can both be like, ooh. I'm starting off with vodka. Oh my god, please for the love of God, drink water. Please drink so much water before you start. I promise it's not DJ. Okay. Sagana. Sagana? But it's like, it's got an I in it. So I feel like it's, if it's Sagana? Sagina? Sagana. I don't know. Sagana? Sagana. Can I hide the shipping container if you want? I think it's out of the shipping container though. Thankfully, the first movie is considered the less violent. Valid. The second one was correct. Sagana? Sagana? But with the way it's spelled, it looks like you should say Sagina. Sagina? Here. Kiwi, I need someone to be obsessed with me over the shipping as much as I am. Please be obsessed with me like the shipping. It's 5 to 7. It's making me upset. Sagina. Because today I cannot stream longer than 10 p.m. because I promised Miyu I'd hang out with her today. Snap captions. And text. Okay, you select one. Subtitle 1. Reload phrases. What? Interesting. So doing that, so the new one that it created, the new phrases that it created. Okay, and then it's gonna go to deliver. Oh, no. Oh. So we did 3 delete duplicates. Oh, 3 bits of my life, bits of my life, bits of my life. That's 4 words? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12, so we'll do 20. Punctuation, advanced settings, remove period, commas. Close. Okay. Wait. Did this wrong. So it's current text. I have a transcription. This one. Three phrases. Okay. Try Sault Ste. Marie. It's the Midwest, none of it's English. Oh. I feel like that one's pretty easy. Sault Ste. Marie. Driver might mark it off before it reaches your door, by the way, saves time. They have to deliver the package has to be delivered into the Amazon Dropbox. Or so we have like a metal electronic Dropbox that I have to go to pick up packages. But there's a likeliness that if it's too big for, which it probably won't be, if it's too big for the Amazon delivery thing or for the electronic package thing, they'll come to my door, but they probably won't, so they'll just tell me when it's in my parcel locker. Nope, it's pronounced Sault Ste. Marie. But there's an L and a T. Where'd the L and T go? And it'll be real time, yeah, probably. Woo, baby! I like these. I like them. It's okay, so. Yes! Morrison Lord is our lord. What about, and okay, they're different? Okay, I'm gonna guess that one is Mackinac, and the other one is Manic City. Manic City? The Northeast has some wild pronunciation. All of the English pronunciation are of non-English words. That's weird. The island is Mackinac. What? There's no W, Bex. There's no W. There's no W. There's no W. What the fuck? There's no W. There's no W. Although these fighting words, even we can't fully agree on that. They usually use native words that have been telephone games or nonsense. That's why I hate English. I hate English things, so I feel like that's most of English things. Okay, I haven't edited these yet. I just want to update the templates. So let me do that. Have you buried all your children? Tell me so I say. This one needs a new snap captions. That's amazing. Remove and delete. And so I say. Happy hair, where have you carried all your children? Tell me so I say. Happy hair, where have you carried all your children? So I say. This one. Make them all safe, you high and run afraid, younger, tell me so I say. Happy hair, where have you buried all your children? I say. Just gonna put these. There you go. For example, Philadelphia is located in the to me, that should be. I bet it's like Schuylkill River, but that my brain wants to go Shucky-kill. Generally, the more north it is, the more you can sound it out, unless it's a French word like Ontonagon is like you is said like you think. Skookle? Skookle! My lord, I do not like words. Honestly, words are so hard for me where they're like there's more letters than what is being pronounced. Cause it drives me mad. Delete snap captions. Tell me so, I say. Oh my god, I was looking at the map. What do you mean there's a Cockburn Island? Is crazy. Never take me there. I thought you wanted to get castrated, though. He's saying that. Do you know template? This one doesn't need it. Right? That was did you know Club Clips Vibe and Shiny Ass? I play. Not with fire. Also, I want to be neutered, not castrated. There's a difference. There's a difference? What's the difference? And you love me, only for me. Delete snap captions. And I beg you to love me, say that you love me. I just want the balls, not the peanuts. Oh, like a pet dog? That's crazy, but valid. Is it for ease of going to the bathroom? Sorry if that's like a bit like inappropriate to ask. I was just curious. Stay. No, that's not what I want to click. No. Okay. Yeah, we're good. This is all the top. This is Oh, I guess I more meant like, do you want you to keep your paninis because then you could still go to the bathroom with more ease? Tell me about your furniture and another structure. I'm just curious. Everyone's different. Like, I wish I had a paninis sometimes. Like a detachable paninis. So when I go pee, I don't have to take off my pants. That's a whole ass thing, man. Delete track. I don't need so many tracks. I think I need like 3 at max. You are aware there's bottom surgery to have both. But I can't, the bottom surgery, you can't see the hand movement I'm doing. If I had bottom surgery though, I couldn't, I can't pop it back on and take it off. Hi, Mashy. How you doing? Well, come on in. Oh, they will never take it off. That would be a oh, they will never just take it off. That would cause constant pee-pee pants. You either keep it or get it turned into it. Yeah, get it turned inside out. But like, I just kind of want one so I could not have to go to the bathroom with my pants down. You know? Bottom surgery is getting it reversed. Wait, what about? I'm just saying, like, I want to be able to pop it out, like, pop it off and put it back in. Turn it into a wallet is crazy. Oh shit, this is my own thing. Every night. Oh, I have to remove some of these. Hold on. I'm getting a bachelor done at. No! Good lord, no. Like one of those plastic standing pea tools? Yeah. Yeah, exactly one of those. I don't like that. Okay. Just want to edit that so I remember that for later, because I'm not going to remember later. Time. Oh my god! Oh! Oh, Waffle made us up! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hold on, we gotta use this now. Oh my god. Love you, Wobble, thank you! Okay, which one do we remove? We gotta remove one. We gotta remove one. We have two waves. Wait, we have a Keck, we gotta keep Keck, the heart one, and the chew one. The heart one's cheer one, we keep the cheer one. Salute. Salute. I dub the Sippies, the Reed, the Dory May. Dory May noted. Purple heart sweat. I'm gonna remove this sweat. I'm removing the sweat. Salute can go. Salute. Hold on. Wait, no. Yeah, salute can be that one. And then, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god! Yeah! Minko hug. Oh my god, I can even do Wobble. Oh my god, thank you, Wobble. I credit you as well. Yeah. Can someone use it in my chat? Can someone use it in chat? Cause I can't use it. Wait, maybe if I close it. You're welcome. Wait. Yeah. No, closing the dock. Maybe if I close and reopen the dock, it'll let me have it. Have it? Can I have it? Can I have it? Can I have it? Oh, did you use it? Yes! Yeah! That's so cute! Yay! I'm so happy! Thank you! Thank you, Wobble! It's so cute! I love it so much! It's so cute! Yay! Yay! LA wants to be Mr. Potato Head. What does that mean? What does that mean? What? What the fuck does that mean, dude? Edit per server profile. Let me refresh. Yeah, you might have what? Yeah, this is my profile picture of the collab couch. Oh, I forgot you can edit per server profiles for banners as well. I already changed it. Oh, I'm so smart. I had not changed. With me all the same. Oh, you've been waiting. This is the best day ever. But I can't revive it. Use. And I look at my hands. Oh my god. Be back to you. Tell me, would you fall in love with me again? Who knew all I've done? Things I cannot do. What the man you knew? Waiting. Sorry. I just really like this song. How you doing, Mash? You having a good day? Hope you're having a lovely, lovely day, you lovely, lovely bean. No, don't stop. Thanks. Off your shoulders, far away from here. Would you say this? I have not done it. Anapontu really gets me going. I mean, never mind. Just never mind. Much you ready there off work and watching. Oh, thank you! Oh my god! Mashy, you want to see something even cooler? Even cooler than me as a streamer? Oh shit, why is it so small? I don't know why the combo made me think this was you hugging the ghost sensor. What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know how, when, or when. That's me, that's you! If you want, I can send it to you. I can send you the script if you want to see how it's written. Yeah, it's Mashy. You know the Maho. Stop it, Kiwi. I would love to see it. Okay, I'll send it to you. It was written by our wonderful Kiwi Goblin Books. Oh, I have to edit one thing. If you can't get a 3 artist, extremes, and oh no, that's fine. I blame context. Valid. Just a man fighting for his life, even after all the years from I'm just a man. How are these looking when I crop them? Oh, I didn't turn my streamer mode back on. Oops. Not bad. Oh, the next one is Thunderbringer. Fuck. It slaps. Yeah. Honestly, a secret I've noticed, if you can write good scripts about someone, it's because they're actually trying hard to be a good content creator a lot of the times. Wow, my favorite people were easy to write for, to be honest. Okay, no, this was fine. Mwah! Wait, I have a kiss emo. I made one the other day. I will look at that redeem in 10 seconds. Vocal sim, you got it.
It's under the sauce. It's under the sauce.
It's under the sauce.
Free Shavakadu!
Free Shavakadu. Hiding away where only I can undress her. I know you cannot to invest. In the end, it's all the same once I apply all the pressure. Thunder, bring her to the ringer. Tell her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes your kingdom fall. Lightning wielder, tooled and gilder. I gotta do some after dinner thing, so I'll lurk. Thank you for the lurk, and thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful day. This year's I will make you choose. I said you're running, you're all you want. Thank you, choose. With me. Really come. Courage my 2 brains. think I did this in the Fusion tab. The thunder bringer to ring you. Listen to you endless wheels. Lightning wielder, Yulden. Choose. One's gotta die today. You have got the final say. Your crew. Please don't make me do this. Don't make me do this. When you become a medium, the time will become a and take the suffering from you. Take the... Damn, I wish I fucking... Ooh. Sorry, I don't mean to sound mad. I'm not actually mad. It's just, this reminds me that I used to take, vocal lessons. And when I lost my job, I couldn't take them anymore. So I'm so excited for the day I get to go back to it. Fuck yeah, it still works. Ringer to the ringer, show her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes your kingdom fall. Lightning wielder, Yulden Gilden. I gotta put sound effects with this. I wonder if there's any cute game noises, actually. Cute game, from the free sound thing. It's only been 30 minutes, like. Oh, that's a lot. Cute. Let's see. Thank you for Song Christ. Me once again. Anywhere anyone is before you raise voice for me. No, you're fine. I mean, I already broke it. I broke it before you did. Wait, I think I skipped Kiwi song. I think I skipped Vex's song. No. I was just playing these. No, we're good. Oh, sorry. I think I played Scam. I'm not scamming you. I'm playing it right now. Bells, approval, channels, bit rates, depth bit rates. It's the duration shortest for. This is cute. What the fuck? I'm still working on. I like this one. What is... There was a cute one. Mobile? First. Ooh, I like a bubble noise. Fuck, I hate using Excel. This is so annoying. Do you need help? Elaine, if a ball is set on a rested is at rest on a curved surface and hanging on a cable, where is its normal? What? What did you just say to me? Maybe this one, UI. Dang, Streamer doesn't know. Guess I'll fail. Fuck, ask the internet. Hold on. Well, I'll look it up for you so you don't get in trouble. What the fuck? Oh my god, this is a physics question? Wrong! Wrong! 25. At the lowest part of the curved surface and at the maximum strength of the cable. See, this is why we got vexed. I like this one. Resources, audio. I double checked that though. I took physics about 4 years ago. I took physics once. Never again. Where is it? Let's do 0. I like a B plus is my best version, but I'm no slouch. I am. I don't like physics. Physics is hard. I wonder if Orson Lord has any snap caption, snap pod. Oh. Burger timeline method. I love that. I'm just wondering if he has any other tools. I think it would be on his Ko-fi. Professor is as a tenured professor and a doctor, and yet on the first day he said he likes AI SMH. I mean, it's a tool, right? It's a tool. Tool used for a lot of bad. Don't get me wrong, but a tool. Resolve 20.13 video transitions. AI is so bad at math though, which is crazy to think about. As Mikey says, AI answers today. Again? Oh my god, what happened? Tell me. Literally the only computer that is bad at math. True. All my power, it's not a long year. He googled how many jets and shark are there in reference to the West Side Story. I've never read that story. I would have just did it the classic way and Cliff Notes it. Oh, okay, Google, thank you. I set off my Google Home with that. It's the name of two gangs. It never says. His Google answered 22,000 private. What the fuck? That's crazy. Fuck this, I'm skipping that question. What question? Also have tons of sports shakers and other sweet items. If you want to. Also, just to let you guys know, Advanced GG has just released a very limited time 500 for each cup. Anime waifu cups! Because they've had the metallic ice shakers, but they've never had, like, the plastic ones yet. So, that's fucking sick. I like it. 10 out of 10. I'm excited. Holy fuck, I hate statistics. I'm 1,000% gonna pay some nerd to do this for me when I'm owning my own place. Very, very valid. Data! Ew, Vexed. I don't want to look at that. No, I don't want to look at that anymore. I don't like it. I don't like it. I hate data. Bro, that looks gross. It reminds me of when I took Calc BC, and there's a lot of, like, statistics in it, and I'm like, Don't you come home? Would these work? I don't think these. No, they don't. Calc BC. Yeah, so I had, like, in my school, I was online school, but we had Calc AB versus BC. It was AP Calc. AP Calc AB and AP Calc BC. AP Calc AB are similar. AB Calc focuses on topics that are taught in colleges equivalent first semester calculus classes. AP Calculus BC focus on topics covered in both first and second semester calculus classes. All topics. Yeah. Have fun reading! Stats was my favorite math class. Granted, I took it after the advanced calc and geometry. Okay. We know who's gonna be the math boyo for our companies. It's gonna be Kiwi. I don't know you were so Nope. Okay, we're just sticking on pop up, I think. Wait, did you do this online? When I was in high school, they shuttled us over to the community. I was in a online. I was kicked out of my district because, well, I think I was just kicked out of the school I was in middle school, and then I did online schooling. So I went to an online, like, hosted school. Different to homeschooling, it was just school, just online, and then, like, we'd take in-person tests, go to in-person field trips and stuff, but, it was a little different. It was a little different. I know the school. Is it this one? Is it that one? Getting kicked out of middle school. Can we? Okay, so I wasn't. Okay, I was only. Listen, story time. I was only really a troublemaker in elementary school because I really liked to talk to my friends and I didn't shut the fuck up. But in elementary school, one of my guy friends was leaving really creepy notes on my best friend's desk, and she's like, please stay away from me. And so he did it and tried to creep on her at the playground, so I punched him in the face. Fair in my opinion. His dad ended up being like, the fuck girl punched you kind of thing. That's like, that's a whole different thing. Anywho, in middle school, I was in the National Honor Society. I don't really know exactly what happened, but as far as I'm aware, this is what happened according to my perspective. I was in the National Honor Society, and at my school, we give out these special golden keys. These golden keys go to surprise students that have done very well academically throughout the year. And they are at the end of the year ceremony. And it is a secret. Only the National Honor Society get to know who it is. And when I learned mine, I was at the bus stop the next day, and one of the other National Honor Society members went to the same bus stop I did, and we were talking off in the corner, and, you know, we were discussing, like, who we had. And then later that day, I was pulled into the principal's office and was like, hey, so we heard that you were telling other students who you got for the National Honor Society key, awards. And I was like, I was talking to my other National Honor Society member. Is that wrong? And then they suspended me. And then my parents pulled me out of middle school. And then, yeah. And my parents had to fight tooth and nail to get my fucking, the rest of my, like, homework and stuff. Because I have to do the homework at home or else I'd fail. So my parents literally had to, like, argue with the principal to give me my homework so I could still turn it in and do it. Damn, your school sounds like ass. It was ass. It was a little racist. I was, like, one of 2 Asian kids at that school. And a lot of the kids that did well in that school were, like, the parents were the teachers. And they did not like me outdoing their kids. So, that kind of sucked. But it's whatever. It is what it is. And then I get this. The way, but damn, you crossed the line. I've been so gracious, but let you hurt the son of mine. Cyclops, you may find was mine. But yeah, that's my school story. That's why I And then that's why, like, if you ever hear me talk about COVID and stuff like that, I did pretty okay because, like, I was online schooled, so I kind of already knew the drill for that. But yeah. Business, that's what I hate. Oops. Lose track up. What if this had you just killed my son? The only thing that I regret from that situation, if I'm completely honest, is that I lost a lot of friends because of it. Because I never got to. Because it's hard to stay in contact with kids like around that age when you don't go to the same school. Even if you live really close to each other, it can be still hard to like keep up. And that was like my biggest like downfall, is like I wish I would have just kept in touch with all those people more. There were dedicated secondary schools in Fountain for the juvie kids. Tell you about that one. No, I was a very good child. I almost called myself a good girl, but that would be weird. No, I was a good kid. I loved school. You would hear me during not spring break because that was my birthday week, but especially during like summer and winter break, I would, because my elementary school was right behind my school that I went to. I would often get sad and be like, when do I get to go back? And they'd be like, what? I'm like, yeah, when do I get to go back? I want to learn. I want to hang out with my friends. I think it was more that I wanted to learn because I like learning in that kind of classroom environment quite a bit. This moment, monster makes Rosnia. It's Twitch, VGen, or Patreon. Patreon is the other one. Give you all precious time. All you're suggesting is waiting and fine. I'd rather have the pearly gates. You want to know the normal gates. That's forever, whether you like it or not. Okay, so we have that one. There's also Kofi. I think this is enough for now. Amen. She was graduating from Fountain during COVID, so her last year was online. Yeah, it's rough. If I'm honest, it's rough, that kind of learning environment, if you're not used to it. Okay, cool. Change track color. Her and her friends were having mental breakdowns. No, that's so understandable. Dude, that shit's rough. You miss out on so fucking much. Luckily for me, it was like my college years. And while it still sucked that I missed out a lot of time, like the freedom of being in college, going to online school helped, so I didn't feel like I was completely like bumfucked. Besides, I started streaming, so you win some, you lose some. Okay. He is a potential threat. I'm gonna zoom myself out a little bit, I think. Might turn my Ahoge off for my YouTube videos. Ew. That's so weird. Is it here? 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 It's not here yet! Ah. So upset. Okay. At least I get to redo a lot of my video stuff because honestly it's been a bit messy. Bottom center, bottom focus, 0.92. Bottom left, bottom center. Let's do a new bottom center. 0.78. 12. Yeah, 12 looks actually pretty centered. And then negative 627. Shine, lay all your love on me. Your love on me. Okay, I have to go back. Did you know? No, that one's fine. Is it? I'll do it anyway. Don't go wasting your emotion. Lay all your love on me. 0.78. 12. What was the number? Negative 627. Oops. Oh, I love this song. What's a calculator? 627 divided by 2. 313. Sunny set on an early bird. It's 10 o'clock before you say a word. Oh, you don't got never tell how to do this for you. When you deliver right, you're back before the day arrives. And wake up for the sunrise. I pretend, baby, now and then, don't you just wanna leave? Dark is away. Like a bonfire, lost in haze. You're drunk at night, babe. I think it's great. In this world, I think I'll take my whiskey neat. My coffee black in my bed at 3. Don't you sleep for me. Is Fountain a local school district or something? Fountain is a county, I believe. It's a county. It's a county near where Kiwi and I live. Because Kiwi and I live in very similar places. Or used to live in a very similar place. Hang low. When the comes where I go. It's late and I'm free from the phone. And the job gets done and you worry some. I know that you want to live forever, babe. Your mouth as if it's heaven's gate. That's fine. Wish that I could go along. Babe, don't get me wrong. You know you're bright as the morning. And the lane, sweet as a vine, sweet as a grape. There you go. Maybe I'd wait till that way. Rather take my whiskey neat. My coffee like in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. I'll take my whiskey neat. My coffee like in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. 8, 12, negative 3. Oh, 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 oh. Do I want to use that over here too? Whiskey Actually, I'm already like in it. Pog. So I did you know? Roll for fun is good. V highlight is now good. I just gotta do V stars. Good place. So I shared the Hauki video in our Discord and her sister loved it. Yay! I'm so glad! Find you. I don't think they're awake yet. No sweat. We're doing it for us so we can share more content creators more than doing it for anyone else, you know? Her sister's in her Discord? I wish my sister was in my Discord. My sister doesn't really use Discord though. Too much about grown adult. Now I'm sad because I wish my sister was in my Discord. I'm gonna bring this up a little bit, I think. Wait, what? You have people being touched by us? Wait, freezing. We're gonna touch ya. So why it takes so long to write? That's okay, Kiwi. I love you nonetheless. Also, I could do it. I could do a plug every time I show this on my screen because I technically do. Wait, does Ozu have a different profile picture on Blue Sky? They do. Let me use this one. Alright, I also have to change these though. Okay. Zoom is what I want. X position can go here. Okay, so where this needs to go here. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then I think I might change these ones just a little bit more. Make them go up here. So now I can always shout out BZ and Ozu because they're the icons that are here. Can you send me the passcode for the live map sent to your email? It's live map time! Yeah. I also got my new advanced GG cup today. Kiwi, thanks for doing the devil's work. Now you can tell me when it's here, and then you can tell me. I won't look. I'll even close the tab. Hold on. Unpin, close. I'll even close it, so you tell me when it's here. Oops. It's not the right one. I think this is the one I want. Maybe not. I have to pick up dinner. Fuck. Okay. Fair game. Fair game. I probably would want to keep looking at it anyway, to be honest. I'm gonna be honest, I'd probably crack in like 30 minutes. Follow on live map. Oh, and I gotta send myself another code. It's okay, we can both watch it though. Still, I hope it's a fun thing for you to be like, package, because I think it's fun. Even though it's maddening, I think it's still fun. Oh, they're like so close. Dude, they're so fucking close. Bro, it's gonna take them fucking an hour to get over here, because that's how UPS usually does it. Even though they might be right around the corner, it's gonna take them an hour to get here, but, you know. Deal. Damn, girl, that's a premium service. What? Darn, since I had the link open in Discord and not another browser, I could get the code without... What? What? I'd like to have that. What, the live map thing? I think it just depends on, like, the person, the company. I need to go. Should I now? Okie dokie. I'll go grocery trip. Yes, can I'm comes around gently in the cold open. Alright, I do want to resave this cover image though. So you use your stuff within an hour. No, it's even no, so I've been waiting for it for like 3 days now, but it's now finally in my area because they said they were going to deliver it today. And then when it's like, "Oh, you're within like I don't know, like 25 stops," it'll do a live map. But sometimes even if the stops are all in one place, it takes them like 20 hours to get to my house. Hi, Shy! So sorry about yesterday, but how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Alright, I think we got all this all set up now. Hope you're all good. Hope you've been doing well. Yeah, we're just vibing. Talking about me falling into madness as I wait for a package. Which I would put on the live thing, but then you guys know where I live, so I can't do that. Fortunately. Forgive me. And my paper had me. Okay, I gotta do, I think, enshrine stuff now. While I wait for my package. Put it in the press kit? No, it's in the Kickstarter stuff. Time comes around. Where did I put it? I don't know where I put the information that I put. Oh no. Time comes around. I want this. I need to combine assets though. So this is like in separate things and I don't like that. I need to get this background. You need to fly the package to you via drone and knock with it like a date. Yes! And I wouldn't have to go downstairs. They could just bring it up to my window. So I live on the 3rd floor. Let's do, this is the, logo, social media. That's what that one is. Let me center this one. This is the logo. Oh, those flashing lights. Those ruthless nights. 5E compatible sticker. Look at your red hot eyes. Red hot lights. Hi, Teeny. Welcome on in. I'm good. How are you? I'm leaving myself. Oh, your poison. You're feeding me poison. I can't help but swallow. I'm sick but feeling better. I'm so glad. I'm so sorry that you're still sick. Oh, tomorrow. Alright, I gotta look it up. Because I haven't got the information for it, but I might as well just look at Facebook. Hello? Computer? Been sick since not last Saturday, but the one before that one. Damn, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Got pneumonia! Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon. I've never had pneumonia before, so I don't know what it's like, but I really hope that, like, it gets better. I'm on antibiotic. It sucks. Understandable. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. But once it goes away, you know, you'll appreciate living. I gotta blur this. Constant fever for like, oh, Teeny, I hope you're getting water and plenty of rest and some good foods. Some good food in your tom-toms. I am. I'm glad. My girlfriend's taking good care of me. I'm so glad! Yay! And I'm slowly recovering. I'm glad. I'm glad. Just takes me forever. No, that's understandable. That's understandable. I'm sorry. There is February, May. Or a loser, baby, a loser, content, baby. W girlfriend, true. 100%. It's like me. Losers, loser, only one star refuser. Whoa, this was a lot more. I'm trying to do research for Enshrine, but it's hard. Because I'm trying to make imagery. I don't know anything about... I don't really know anything about... I don't really know anything about... specific ad revenues, but... It's fine. You need... Losers, baby, a snoozer, got some hate in the... Oh, she really is the biggest W for me. But once I am back on my feet, I love to chat and hang, or maybe even do something. Yeah, for sure. I think I'm gonna try when you feel better. I'll try to plan like a peak day. I want to do peak with you guys. I'm slowly building my confidence for a lot of this stuff because I am a bit shy, but I really want to. So look forward to that once you're feeling better. I think we've used this one a lot. Hell yeah, I'm always down for a peak. Fuck yeah. Love peak. Me too. I like peak too. Baby, has closer, got us maybe together. Lose yourself loading yourself. Only shy? No way, I am. I am only not shy because I'm by myself, and if I say stupid stuff, you guys can hold me accountable. But if I say stuff in front of people that I like, I die. I die. I die. I'm trying to look for an image that I like. We don't have. It's not gonna be from that. I don't really want those. I'm gonna do this one. I'm gonna go lay down for a bit. I just want to pop and say hi and wish you a great stream. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful time. You don't like us? I like you guys. But it's kind of like, I would hope that you guys hang out with me because I am the way that I am. Take care, mate, and much love. Take care, chat. Bye, Teeny. Get good rest. Bye-bye. Whereas with people that I hang out with in the day-to-day, I think they have more of a choice to not hang out with me. They might tell other people that I suck, so I don't know. I like this one. Away. Hidden radio. Radio. It's getting fucking rare. Elder since you smart. I don't think any of that made sense, but just know that Has-Been or Hell of a Has-Been from Has-Been. I like Hell of a Boss more though, personally. Mainly because of Brandon Rogers, but actually, I shouldn't do it like this. The guys. Rasterize. I need a sense of tea. Rain. Do you have signal? I want to do a gradients. Wish that I'd stayed gone. I think I have an artist in my DMs trying to scam bot me because I am a game developer in my Discord profile. Bark at them. Just bark at them. And then see if they still want you to hire them. Welcome. Just take this down a bunch. It's like too much still. What do I want to listen to now? Everybody looking for something. I don't know what I want to listen to, so I'll just do the DJ again. Yeah. I wonder if they ever... Is Ezekiel... Ezra says he's still online. Kind of. Hey. I was just wondering if you had... Did my song play? This one? The one from Naruto? Because if so, yes. I can play it again if you want, though. Really pushy that they want a small fee up front. Bro, block them. Block them. Hi, Shadow. Hope you're having a good day. I want to see my packages here. I want to see my packages here. Have they moved? Probs. Yeah. No, they're moving away from my location! So upset. I want it now. I want it now. Alright. See what other images we have. They are sus. Yeah. Usually they don't ask for money up front. 2D. Still look at TTRPG. Does TTRPG have anything? What is up? Hi. What's up? Alright, hold on. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. I also got a snack. Thank you, Taylor, for being our personal DJ. Easy breezy? That sounds familiar. Hold on. Oh shit, easy breezy. Right, Utada. I don't remember. Things like before hold me. Whatever must be on this morning. A little later on. Oh shit. I forgot to show something to Pixels. It was really cool. Okay, now that we've done that, what do I want to do now? I think I want to edit my overlay real quick. Okay. Later on. I gotta export things from myself. My layout, here it is. Export. Stream. Overlay. Okay, there we go. Did it come while I was gone? No, I was just getting caught up with Pixels about his work stuff. So it's not arrived just yet. How am I gonna do this? Okay. Screen is good. Alright, go studio mode. Chat. Where's chat? Chat can go behind screen? Yeah. And then I copy clock. Base clock. Put that there. Sorry. Didn't mean to die. Actually, copy. Screen. There we go. There we go. And now, if I were to screen toggle, it lifts it, brings that back down, and then, Hi, Father. What's up, baby? Come here. Come here. I want to pet you. Come here. Alright. I just flapped her ear. After sitting there while I wait. Sounds good. Sounds good. Trying to decide if there's anything else I want to change. I'm gonna do this as a test. Oops. Export downloads. just save. I think everything else is just gonna be in the hub. So I can just do it that way. I'll make sure it's all up to date. Okay, the desk is pulled a little bit more forward. I'm gonna say easy breezy. I was just curious what song or what anime it might have been from. Sort of dealio, if that makes sense. It goes below my desk. Easier. I definitely heard of it. I was into it. You just yeah, play it again if, or I could play it again actually. Easy, so that way you don't have to use your coins. Alrighty, and then mic goes here. I don't usually turn the mic on. Huh? Disconnect. There we go. Like that. Move the mouse. Here. The keyboard. Ooh, this anime might have been before my time, to be honest. And then mini. There we go. I think that's better. Yeah. And my desk is good now. I'm like wondering if I need to be a little bit lower, but I think I'm okay. Yeah, I think we're good now. Okay. Sorry, I didn't want to do it in Inception, so I didn't have my screen on. There we go. Alright. These. Roll for fun. Because everything is in this folder. Stream. Monthly crayon. Downloads. Delete. I'm gonna put this with all my emotes. Burnout Syndrome is popular band for anime song. The one Taylor played was from Dr. Stone. Sorry, catching up to chat. Oh, it's from Dr. Stone? Oh, and you're good. Thank you for re-including yourself into the chat. I'm catching up with it. Dr. Stone, that's why I'm Okay. Oh, that's the wrong folder. Blah 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 blah. It does a very Naruto opening vibe. That's why it was one stuck in my head. That makes sense. It is very catchy. Bros. I think these are all good. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I do want to do a thing though. Do I have them in my pictures? Screenshots, sort by date. O, there we go. What? There we go. Wait, what? Okay, there we go. Wait. What? Thank you for the song request. Oh, this one has the bow on it. Oh, they both have the bow. Shit. That's fine. Do I make nachos for my class break snack or just drink my coffee? Nachos! Nachos. Sustenance. Rock that body. I want to make a little bow that matches my shrimp. Your body rock, moving from the bottom to top. You just want make it hot. It's pretty similar, I think. I can't stop. Rock right now. I wanna rock right now. I wanna rock right now. I think I just want to make this a darker blue, I think. There you go. Does BLT have a character limit for a single message?
It's supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Even though the sound of it is something quite atrocious, if you say it loud enough you'll always sound precocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Diddle it lum diddle I diddle it lum diddle I diddle it lum diddle I diddle it lum diddle I.
I guess the max audio length is 60 seconds, so I guess it didn't take 60 seconds. It's very generous though. The more I think about it. Not that it super matters. You guys don't really abuse it, so. On the site, body, out of sight. Oops. Bruh, I cannot draw right now. To be fair, my brain wasn't really planning on drawing today. To be fair. I wanna dance in the line. I wanna rock your body. Okay. I keep thinking tomorrow is Thursday. It is not. I think it's more so a Twitch character limit. That makes sense. That makes sense. Also, hi Zodi! How are you today? chocolate. Come on, rock that body, rock that body. I was thinking of Funk for Cola for you and wife. What? What? Let me hear it. I make this not as sharp. You should be here to erase and content warning. Ooh, that would be fun. I have wanted to try that game. I don't have a lot of money for games right now though. Spent a bit much money, but I think that would be really fun. I do doth agree. I would love to try content warning sometime. Oh wait, yeah. Hmm. Um. This one. There we go. This one. So flip this. Point 8, 5.6. Cool. Yeah, I guess that small's fine. Okay, I got you. 1 second. UPS pre-arrival. Stress me out. I also put pixels on package monitoring duty. Let me change the bow. Let me change the bow on this guy. There we go. Oh. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna be a schwimp while I do something. I don't know what though. against the wall. What you got, boy, is hard to find. Oh. I think you should... Oh. Oh, I read that. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, did I scroll up? What's happening? Oh no, it was in Discord. Okay, never mind. Sorry, Lane. I went against your wishes. No nachos. I munch on some chips. Close enough. Close enough. If I keep it up like a lovesick crackhead. Okay, I can at least put the thingies in the thingies. Yeah. Okay, break time. I gave up on stats. I just did what I could brute force. Valid. Hope it wasn't too rough though. Number 38. I people say the rush is worth the price. Hey, I get so high when you're with me. I still have a list for tomorrow's meal. Sounds good. I hope it is good. Hope it tastes really good. Okay, so we start with this one. It was so bad. What was so bad? The brute forcing it? Was that what's bad? Oh, I was gonna move these. I forgot. I'm sorry. Place. I'm gonna get it just before 6. Yep. But I don't know, maybe. What you do? How rude. Work I did before that, and I have another assignment too. I believe in you. I'm gonna get the top grades. Take good from your papi shrimp. I believe. You're a great daughter. You're gonna do fine. Won't you know my most I feel like nothing so feel right. Didn't feel like moonbeam ice cream taking off the Floppy sent me some images yesterday I don't use for this. Mr. Coleman, baby, won't you know? Save. The rubric blows absolute ass. Like I've never had a less useless one before. Some teachers don't really care about rubrics at the end of the day. You give me just a little bit of something we can work it with. That's perfect. That's good. That's perfect. Even looking closer to you every day. Eventually. 78. Don't you know what my life's gonna feel like? Nothing else will feel right. I could feel like won't be my stream, taking off your blue jeans, sitting at the movies. So magical, baby, was what you know. Oh, there's like a bunch of different clips of the old sunfish. I only really need these ones. Want you know what my love's going to feel like? Won't be my scream, nothing else will feel right. Just a cold man, oh baby. Oop, 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 oop. Okay, back to it. I believe in you. You got this. You got this, kiddo. Papa Shrimp believes in you. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Oh shit, this video is short. I just have to make it shorter. Okay. I want to buy the bar. Go on with the back. Go on with your knees and you take it to the max. Let's play it to the max. This isn't fine. You take it to the max. To the max. What number is this? Oh wait, no, I do names, don't I? Nasty? We're about to go get nasty. Trust dance. I'm a hoe. You have to go to the max. Go on with the knees when you take it to the max. This take it to the max. Oops, wait, I need that audio. It's not bad. No one better than me. So it's more subtle. Hello, welcome on in. Is it being funky? Okay, we're good now. You're a liar, 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 liar. Man, taking a while for a fucking short ass clip. There's some cabarets in Congo around me and I. Okay. Open. Delete. Okay. Sound captions. Liar, liar, we liar, liar, liar. I didn't make a basic one of this actually. Wait, where this? What do you mean? Jabba always had this star. Actually, that's not really a dad's one. What do you mean, Jabba? I've always had this star. I don't reckon I have no idea what you mean, son of boy. I've always had this stash on my face. I just played Party Project. It's an online Mario Party game, and it's really fun. You are able to make your own custom characters in Mario Party now. That's cool. Oh, boy, can you teach me how to fry? Oh, cool. Boy. All right, so what you do is you oil the pan real good, right? You oil the pan right here real nice and good, right? And then you put in your rice and your vegetables, and you get it to a good and you just hot-ta-ta-ta, hot-ta-ta-ta, yeah, like a good old papa touch. Yeah, I gotta ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, there you go, boy. Yeah, you got it. I see me and you, boy. Oh, ha-cha, ha-cha, ha-cha-cha. Yes. Was that a good bit? Like that bit? That good bit? That good bit? Okay, this one, settings, shading.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Thank you. Fuck. One, two. I think so. You can do that for V-Stars. This is a V-Star specific one, actually, so I'll remove that one. I'll just like the clip. I'm too fucking clean. Also, for you to send an invite to people to play the game, you have to have the parsec to invite them. What does that mean? What does that mean there, boy? Alright, space, more folder, snap captions. Again, refresh. V-Stars. My preset. Create phrases, select track. Sorry, my bad. Create phrases. Select preset, my preset. Ooh. Create captions. How does that look? It removed the question mark. Okay, and then I start talking, so that's not bad. Let's see. I'm too fucking clean. That's not bad, chat. It's not bad. And if I had to look at the layout example, it's like right below there. Just right on my forehead, so maybe we just scoot it up. So I was making a clip, repeat what you said? What parsec? Right, 6. Nope. Damn it. Damn it. It's easier if I just do it this way. It's falling down on me. Hog. Okay, so I just gotta make sure of this. This can't be right. 'Cause the sun's engaged to the sky, my best friends. Snap caption 0. Zoom is 0.9. 83. Cool. And I can kind of base it off the script, I think. Cooking. Thank you for the clip. Ugh. The ocean delighting, look outside and burn my skin. My life won't go my way. Sun over in the end, but I'll find someone soon. Because the sun's in each of the sky like this. I'm only getting older. Never had a shoulder to cry. Someone to call my. I really like that. Lived in a pony. That's my cropping. 78. Let's just do this. Cropping. 78. 826. Or 413. Okay. So let's redo it here. So let's do 420 because I like that number. And then 140. 144. Yeah, 144. Someone give me a country. Poland. Is that a country? My friend's home for Christmas and all. In the hand, but I did not lose. Now your tire tracks and one her shoes. Now your have to. I changed back to 78. Only forever, now you still can't call me back, and I love her more. That's the season of the sticks. Say Wooland? I said Poland. Poland. Because I was not the road week down the train. Did not lose. Now your tire tracks and one pair of shoes. I am sitting half and I'll have to. I don't have to lose. The other half was you. And was faster. I doubt it. Over mom, lots of season sticks and all. It's like your mom, she forgot that I existed, and it's dream each night of some version of you that I may not have. Good night. It's one pair of shoes I am safe. Have to lose. I think this should be the ending one. I just don't have so many detailed pixel arts because that's where a lot of game devs are, I think. Move this one. Replace. Restores. This one. I know Mashy's live right now, but I need more clips. Oh, look at her. She's so cute. I like her 3D model a lot. What about this one? Aw, her 3D model's so cute. Well, I found some example artwork I can use as stand-in assets so I get custom stuff made for my game, and I'm excited. Woohoo! You know what we haven't had? We have 5 hours left to stream because I have to go hang out with WAF. But we didn't have this yesterday either. BLD, gotta go like in here. I'll walk you there. That's not what I want. We haven't had stream avatars today. Oh my goodness. Hold on, I will read that paragraph in a second. Parsec is a remote desktop application designed for low latency, high performance streaming, initially built for playing PC games, but now is why they do. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I feel like I've heard of it before. Reminds me of Hamachi. Free and paid tiers providing different levels and function. That makes sense. There you go. Oh my babies. Oh my babies. I need to put you on the milk club. Why'd you go over there? Was the thing off now? It like is. What the heck? Well, I found where the Polish Gooners live. Where they live. Next country. Zimbabwe. Yeah, that's how they send invite. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh. Oh. Guys. There you go. Oh. Go over there now. Live retain. And it might be a bit long, so you just gotta shorten it a bit. I'm gonna scoot this up. Okay, and the next clip. This one. Clips. I think this one is similar to this. Oh. Zoom it out a little bit. I just, oh my goodness. Like that. Oh, that's not the worst. Oh, I'll have to try this sometime. It looks fun. That looks fun. I also have these clips. So they're like getting shorter. Let's do this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, one. I'll do one more. Maybe this one. And let's do that with this one, not the other one. I could like do a metal ground. Okay. We track. Yeah. Okay. Not a lot in Zimbabwe. I found a cartoon Milk and a mini version of Zimbabwe. That's cute. What about Toto, Africa? Has that got anything? I miss the rains down in Africa. And nothing more. Ooh. Aw, the Mau is so cute. Oh. I like the cat. South Korea goes hard? Yeah, it fucking does! Represent! Video editing resources. Is my package here yet? I haven't heard an update. Turn me in to your heart. It's not moving fast enough, bro. Let me just send. You want to send me the line thing? We'll check that more. Yeah. Hold on. I got it. You gotta click the thingy. I sent you the link, and you gotta just click the live thing, and it'll be like, "Oh, you wanna do this? Okay, well, you need a code. I'll give you the code." Never mind. What? No lie. What the fuck? Here. Okay, and then I'll close it so that way it's not like you're logged in on two devices. Okay. Probably better for me, so that way I'm not looking at it on stream. I feel like this is not cute enough. That was pretty nice Miku. She posted in Discord? Share the Miku. Share the Miku. I want to see. They have like cottagecore music. Ooh. Mysterious, sentimental, romantic. Peace. Oh, cute little bees. Hello, Sino. How are you doing? Are you doing well? I hope so. That is a sad one. I'm okie dokie. Thank you, of course. Thank you for stopping by. I'm just trying to edit videos without editing the audio. Because I'm waiting for my new microphone. I want to record my new script with my new microphone. Soft panel. Ooh. Closer, the package is closer than ever, but not quite ready. Probably in the next hour, like it says. Why don't you just break my heart? I'll just run over there. I'll run across the street a couple blocks away just so that way they could give it to me right now. Show them my ID. Like, please just give me my fucking package. Cottagecore. That's not cottagecore. I like this one. Cool. Wait. I still have to record the script, so how can I? Oh, I have an idea. Kiwi said I would get it closer to 6. I'm dying. I want it now. Okay. I'm done. I'm done pouting. I hate waiting for packages. I'm so impatient when it comes to packages, man. What is Jeju Island full of MLP and keep up the... I guess that's all they get, you know? That's all they get. They get Netflix. See. Okay. Alright. What? 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 You better not be joking me. Is Kiwi stalking you? I put Kiwi on the duty. Before, when you were busy, I let Kiwi be my eyes and ears and insanity for a little bit. Kiwi already knows where I live. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Check. I'll be right back. I'll be right
Spooky
back.
duty.
Spooky duty. It's spooky duty. I was peeking my mic so hard. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to poke my mic. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Oh, fuck, I don't have my headset. I'm back. Dude, my box is so fucked. Pixels is taking a picture just in case anything doesn't work, but the box looks like an ogre fucking dropkick shat on it and then threw it to the kid in the head, bro. That shit was like half open. Hopefully everything in there, I think it is, but I'm gonna go check. Sorry, I'm out of breath, I ran. But, yeah, the box looks fine. I'll try to take, Pixel's taking pictures, so we'll post it in a second. Be right back. Yeah, my box got. Hi, Percy. I just got my new microphone in the mail. And the box? Someone looked like it fucking mugged it, bro. All beat up. Thank you, Candy. I will be right back as I unbox stuff, and then I'll come back. Okay, I grabbed my headset. I'm here, but I'm not here at the same time, you know? Should I be on just chatting? I don't know. Maybe? Hold on. Just chatting. And if you guys want to see how fucked my box is, you can look in the Discord. Left in to loosen, right to tighten. I already put fingerprint on the box. I don't think I need an instruction manual for this mic on. It's 2 pieces.
Come back to
Do not over tighten. Okay, well, yeah. I'm loosening it. What's in the little pouch of doodad? Get connected. Oh, it's like the Allen wrench. Put these on my desk. For sunshine, I wanna know, gotta know what it's on my know. But oh, what's wrong? Is that the cable? Look into what? Oh.
Okay. Chat, actually, I'll have to unplug my microphone, actually, so I'll be back.
Hello? Hello, chat? Can you hear me? Can you hear me right now? I don't know if you guys can hear me. Guys, I need you to pay attention to me. I need live reactions right now. What does that mean? Kiwi, what does that mean? Kiwi, what does that mean? Kiwi? Kiwi, what does that mean, Kiwi? Kiwi? Kiwi, what does that mean? Kiwi, why shock Pikachu face? Why is it a shock Pikachu face? Is it bad? Is it bad? You Okay, alright, wait, let me change something, and let me know if the change makes it sound any better. What? Oh, the wavelength.
Where's this go? Yeah, I think that.
What's this one?
But I think that's.
Okay, what about this? Oh my god. I'm picking my mic. Hello? How does this sound? Shit, hold on. Hello? Okay, that is off. Okay. I actually have to turn myself down. That's crazy. Hello? So... Oh, that's good volume before you adjusted the music. Okay, but like, Kiwi, I need to be real with you. When I came back, I was using my old microphone, and now I'm using my new microphone. What do you think? Hello? Should I do some ASMR? Hi, chat. I hope you're having a good day, chat. My mic is a lot louder than it used to be, though.
Over and over,
What?
I keep going over
Boy. Oh, like turning it.
when you walk beside
36.
that inconceivable, that
35.
unbelievable.
Hello? Hello? I gotta turn my volume down a smidge. Understandable, I am a bit louder than I was before. What do you think? What do you think with the new mic? How do I sound? I was really hoping that you guys... Have you ever played Mario Party before? Now is not the time to talk about Mario Party. Now is the time to talk about me and my new microphone. Hello? Hello? And the music is loud. What do you mean? That's not physically possible. Alright, whatever. Can you give us an E?
But the dream was too much for you to hold.
What do you mean? I'm so upset that you want to talk about Mario Party right now instead of my new microphone. I'm kind of offended, to be honest. Lexus is still fucking with my mic. I don't know how this music is getting. Yeah, you sound good. I don't believe you, Candy. You just want to talk about Mario Party. And to be fair, I have played Mario.
And every bright neon sign
Pixels being
turned
late.
into stars.
What do you mean it's hard to hear?
The sun and the moon seem to be ours.
Is your music under the same filter as your OBS? No, it's like completely separate.
Into gold.
Because now I'm confused. Because right now, guys, it's like dead as fuck. Like it's at like 55, and it should be at 25. So I don't know how.
Over and over, I keep going over.
Properties. Maybe I put it wrong. Oh, I think I might have put it underneath the wrong one. Why does it say this?
Como un recuerdo de la infancia.
But the music stalls kind of duplicate things. Did I fuck it up?
Desapareció.
Spotify, Google Chrome, inactive.
A veces siento que me escucha.
Switch that back to just the microphone.
Bro, I'm stupid. Wait, what?
In here,
Uh,
switch the input from the stream
Effects.
So it's changing from
Oh,
stream
link stream. Oh,
to FX.
this one. Okay. Okay. Is this better? This would probably be a lot better. Are you stupid him? I come back and this is the first thing. Listen. Chat wanted to talk about fucking Mario Party, which I love that game, don't get me wrong. But I want to talk about my mic. I got a new mic, guys. We spent money on this. I was gonna juke you guys and be like, I have my new mic, and then I was gonna use my old mic. But then Kiwi said I sounded smooth, and then everything failed, and I questioned my entire life choices. I thought we don't do self-deprecation. Yeah, but I made an oopsie. You're allowed to be jokingly self-deprecating sometimes. Sometimes. I'm gonna eat my microphone. I'm trying really hard not to eat my microphone, I'm gonna be honest. I want to put it in my mouth. Why? What does this mean? This means nothing. Are you cooming? Pixels doesn't want to communicate with me. He just wants to stand in the background and be weird. What are you doing? It sounds good? Okay. You just standing there. And I'm like, what's happening? I don't know what's happening. Oh, okay. I mean,
I'm not necessarily because like there is a difference between when you're talking to the microphone and when you're talking.
well, yeah, it's hard because
I know.
I don't want to like block my stuff.
So it's just have to find a balance.
All right. Wait, I found your guy.
But like, just
What?
keep in mind with this type of microphone, you can literally put your mouth, like it'll be ASMR, but like it's not gonna.
Mwah.
Just keep that in mind. That's what it's designed for. Is like.
Mwah. How was those kisses? What do you mean, my guy? Evie. My balls. I have an Audio Technica AT2040, so I have a fancy XLR right here. I just don't use it often. You kissed my eardrum. Yay! Yippee.
So yeah, just keep that in mind. Like, it will be very much like you're in someone's ear, but the microphone is designed.
Good.
Just very close.
Good. Now if chat misbehaves, I can punish. That sounds weird. Never mind. I'd throw the mic away. throw the mic away. But yeah, I have an XLR microphone now too, and I'm all super fancy dancy like you are. I hope you guys like it. I can finally record my scripts now. Watch, I sing now on stream, and it sounds 10 times worse because it's the real me. It's the real, it's not compressed. It's not compressed. How am I supposed to test this? Oh, yeah, that doesn't exist anymore. I guess. Oh, okay. Why are you being, why? Oh, okay. With a real cat count stand up? Yes. Oh, no. Okay. I need something. What the fuck do I put stream mix to?
Show me the options.
Because it was originally on my old microphone. The new mic and mixer, that's valid.
Do you need access to it?
No.
Do you just need to go somewhere?
I mean, it doesn't have to go anywhere, I guess.
Yeah, if you don't need it, go nowhere.
Okay.
If you're not using it for anything.
Alright, hopefully it didn't all break my stuff.
You should focus you set the mic specifically as opposed to everything.
I will test it.
Because right now it looks like everything is going to both of these.
Yeah. Cool.
Everything
Cool.
except your microphone, so you don't hear your microphone, but you can hear everything else. And then anything you select this stream will be able to hear any of these things.
Okay, thank you. Mhm. Cool. Now you can, I don't know, kill someone in the kitchen and no one would know. Mm-hmm. Pixels could murder someone in the kitchen and you guys would know because this is all allegation. I don't think that wasn't really a problem.
I just noticed it.
You know what I noticed? Hatsune Miku's big ass titties. Look. Kiwi sent me Hatsune Miku titties.
Like he dumped a bunch of stuff.
This is from okay. Well,
in the
oven.
No, the refrigerator.
This is W Place. This is that map thing where people can make pixel art on a map and share it. Yeah. All right, I can record my scripts now. Yippee! And I got 3.5 hours until I have to go hang out with Mia. Do you guys actually like my mic though? I'm having a mic complex. Pixel says it sounds better though, and Pixel's been more technical about it, so I guess you should check Portland. Okay. Do. Where am I? Am I in Brazil? Oh my good lord. Okay, cool.
Just there is a distinct difference between talking to the microphone and when you turn your head. You can still be heard, and it's just
That's good. It's more immersive that way. I can't see. It randomly spawns you. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good. Just don't get murdered. Because if you get murdered, chat won't be able to tell. No views. Look at all this. Is there any anime boobies? Look at this. A little octopi. Hey, homo. Hello. Are you saying homo like homo sapien? Because I am bisexual, so. Pansexual. Burgerville represent. Look, the God of War symbol. Huh? Oh my god, I love this. It's Isaac Pogging. Nah, you gotta go to Houston or Austin for some anime boobies. You don't know that. Thank you for the head pat. Did the head pat go through? I did not see it. No, look, the anime boobies right here. Anime boobies right here. Right here. What anime boobies? There's Titanfall in big letters. God, someone, don't you love when I come around? I grew up in Washington now. Hoping I'll take you down. I love fat ladies. Look at that. I love fat ladies. There's a furry. There's a furry. There's someone's dog. I like the Cult of the Lamb one a lot. If someone's working on the H1. The Beach Boys. Oh, my eye itches. Okay. I need to record my scripts now. Chat, are you ready to record the scripts? Or like suffer. Oh, my neck. Alright, cool. BLT, we'll have to pop you out of here, buddy. Like, BLD, okay. Oh, I thought this was BB No Money. It's not. Bum, 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 bum. not that one. Properties. This one. Okay. Actually, I have a question about this. I think, what if I just set this to 0? Wait, not 0. Howdy, hi Rat. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay, so 4.0. We're gonna, like 2. Yeah. All right. Let's try to record our script, shall we? I'm gonna redo my face tracking. Doing all right. Just done Sons of the Forest with my wife, you. I just set up my new microphone. That's all I did. But chat's not telling me that my mic's good, so I don't know how to feel. I hope Sons of the Forest was fun. I really like that game. I think I beat that game like twice. But I know that they added a bit more to it since the last time I played. Oh, so that's why I couldn't focus. Mwah. You like it? Do you like it, Vexed? I like it. Oh, I gotta sit up now. I gotta redo my face tracking again. Oh, I guess that's the only... Oh, wait, no, I can just... There you go. Okay. We're doing some fun building without the critters. Hell yeah. You can do a lot of cool builds, I feel like, in that game. You sound great. Thank you. We have a base set up on the lake island. Oh, that sounds so pretty. Oh my god. Make your dream cabin in the woods. Quality is a little better, but the peaking is so much better. Yay! The hammer didn't show up. You just went cross-eyed. What? 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 Mike is peaked, the good kind. Fuck yeah. Let me check. Hold on. I should have my manual triggers. Where the... Is it because I'm in a different position? Like a baby, sparks fly crazy. Where's the bonkies? Where's the bonkies? I also still have no idea what I'm supposed to write about. There is no other information other than the reading, so that's what I've been doing. Understandable. Maybe shoot someone. I may need to reload the model. Why is it not activating? I don't know. I think it's a pretty good idea. I think it's the lane. Oh. Mean Bach, yeah. Hold on. Oh, is it because of this? No. Magic, baby. It's due in 2 hours. Ask or get someone else too. I wouldn't waste my time working on the wrong thing. Yeah, I would just email them, like email your professor and be like, hey, look, like I'm trying to do this, but I've also realized that the reading is unreliable and I don't know what to do about that. I think I might have to reset these up. I don't know why though. 25.
The artist knew the assignment with South Park. Oh, fuck, yeah. I mean, it is the home place. It's not even that it's fiction novel I'm writing about, which is not the class I signed up for. A fiction book? What the fuck? Not what I expected from a class that you'd be taking. They weren't taking questions before now. I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't. So let's see. I wonder if it's 'cause cry away. Can I? Yeah, I can do these. So I don't understand why these aren't working. Did I fuck something up? Why are they broken? Hold on, let me restart VTube Studio. Maybe that's the problem. It's gender studies class. That's like, why a fiction book? There's so many options. I have no idea. I'm gonna go back to the reading till something comes to me. Sounds good. Yeah, if you need any help with writing something, Kiwi's always the one to go to. My opinion. Weird. Okay, I just had to restart VTube Studio. Something just broke with it, I guess. Strange. Oh, wrong one. There we go. I'm gonna turn this off. Because I feel like it's a bit distracting. Okay. So now I do have to angle my mic in front of me. Oh, damn, those thighs. Have you not seen my whole model? Oh my, I'm sorry. This is my whole model. This is all me. I mean, this is all me, but you know, it's made by Ozu and rigged by BZ. From me. I'm like kind of like angled this way, but I'll be looking at the mics this way. I think it'll be okay though. I think this will be fine. Thank you. All right. Just a little bit lower. Okay. She's as sweet as a cookie and bright as a flower. It's Hana. This lovely artist shows off their breathtaking talent in chibi art illustrations and even with their own VTuber model. If her art is familiar, I wouldn't be surprised since their art has been featured on Creator Cups and music videos. But if you want to see how she gets those colors popping, you can always watch her speed paints on her YouTube. Hana primarily streams art and her commission processes. Hana primarily streams art and her commission processes, and in rare occasions she plays games too. Not only is Hana's art stunning, there are also fun Not only is Hana's art stunning, they are also fun to just overall vibe with, which is just like getting a sweet treat for your eyes. From having silly yap moments while being inspiringly creative to absolutely hilarious moments with friends, Hana streams are the comfiest places to be. So if you also enjoy coffee, OC character designs, and everything pink, then check out their socials to watch them blue. Hopefully that was okay. The only thing I worry about at this point is probably lag from VTube Studio, but I think we'll be okay. This is you. Feel it too. Oh, it was serious. Was it serious? Actually, I need to switch something. I can't switch it right now. Can you open up the door anymore? Move track down. Link clips. I wonder. Yeah, it's using the same microphone. Okay. Boop, boop. For some reason, I feel like I have to EQ my... Let me just make sure that this isn't... So I feel like I sound different in the thing. Hello? I do sound different. I wonder why that is. No filters. I'm trying so hard not to lean my face against... I was recording and I think I sound different when I look at DaVinci Resolve versus when I listen to myself in my wavelength, and I don't really understand why.
That should be right. And that's doesn't have any effects on it.
Mm-mm.
How different?
Ah, you know what might be the problem? The way I'm recording this. Son of a bitch. No, because I have 2 instances of OBS open. What do I want to do? Can I not open the settings? No. Alright, Audacity it is. I don't wanna. It's okay.
Settings for 1 second.
Yeah. I can definitely hear a difference.
Yeah, there's a difference. It's just an unrelated thing. I was just checking my settings.
It's probably because of the quality that I'm recording in, I think. Mm. Open volume mixer. What is the DaVinci going through? DaVinci. I'm back. Welcome back. Okay. We did not win. That's okay. You've won twice in a row. You gotta share, you know. All right. I guess I'll record through here then. Recording device, microphone. Okay. All right, I guess. She's as sweet as a cookie and as bright as a flower. It's Hana. This lovely artist shows off their breathtaking talent in chibi art, illustrations, and even with their own VTuber model. If her art is familiar, I wouldn't be surprised since their art has been featured on Creator Cups and music videos. But if you want to see how she gets those colors poppin', you can always watch her speed paints on her YouTube. Hana primarily streams art and her commission processes in rare occasions she plays games too. Not only is Hana's art stunning, they are also, you know, I realize something stupid. Also, why are we haunting? Okay, I combined the syllabus and found a word count, so that would help me immensely. Yay! Okay. So, start recording here. 1, 2, 3. She's as sweet as a cookie and bright as a flower. It's Hana. This lovely artist shows off their breathtaking talent in chibi art, illustrations, and even their own VTuber model. If her art is familiar, I wouldn't be surprised since their art has been featured on Creator Cups and music videos. But if you want to see how she gets those colors poppin', you can always watch her speed paints on her YouTube. Hana primarily streams art and her commission processes, and in rare occasions she plays games too. Not only is Hana's art stunning, not only is Hana's art stunning, they're also fun to just overall vibe with, which is just like not only is Hana's art stunning, they are also fun to just overall vibe with, which is like getting a sweet treat for your eyes. From having silly yap moments while being inspiringly creative to absolutely hilarious moment with friends, Hana streams are the comfiest places to be. So, if you enjoy coffee, OC character designs, and everything pink, then check out their socials to catch them bloom. Hopefully that's okay, but now I gotta do the thing with the thing and a thing. I guess this is how most people do it though, huh? Work files. Video editing. Someone put me down. Why? What's up? What's the matter? Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to burp. That was very inappropriate timing. I was reading the wrong fucking book? Oh. Does it make a lot more sense now? Seconds. Cancel file. Export audio. Save. This will be V highlight cookie Hana. There we go. There we go. Like that guy. Delete this guy. These two. It's workable now. Pog. Now I should have this one. This one. I should just need to line up everything. I wonder. Hold on. Just a little bit before. Cool. Oops. And clips. Video 0.78. -313. Think. There we go. My real voice. So I was thinking, also hi, but you thinking about depending on what kind of value you put in streaming, life work, etc. You will get it back, and in other ways you get more out and something. I wish. Aww, gotta say something you might. Aww, I'm glad you like the music here. Thank you, Aerodome. I'm hoping you're having a lovely day. Ooh. I feel like a little bit like I'm peeking a little bit. Okay, so this just tells me that this needs to be lowered, which is fine. Playback level, mic level. Let's do like 90. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's a lot better. Yeah, keep in mind, it's still possible to peak your software, but the mic itself will... Yeah, I definitely peaked the software. I forget because I've been so quiet for so long that it's like... I'm just not used to it. Probably should turn myself down in Discord as well, now that I think about it. So let me do that. Nothing to do. Bang it up inside. Sorry that I'm focused. I'm very happy that I get to work on this now. Okay, I might re-record this part later. Just because I did peek the software. And I feel bad. Okay. Not me. Just do like this one. Let's do V stars. And then we'll do it this way. That one. This one. 1, 2, 3. Mashie is your new golden BFF. Sometimes she'll be your comfort streamer, other times she'll nibble at your fingies. But this happy pupper is at her brightest when she makes you smile and laugh. I can't get enough of her cottagecore vibes, it just heals your soul. Whether she's playing farming sims or horror games, Mashie streams are full. Okay. Whether she's playing farming sims or horror games, Mashie streams are full of all the things she loves. And what she loves the most is making a wholesome and safe place to share with other gamers. And what she loves most is making a wholesome and safe place to share with other gamers. Just keep your eye out because like a real doggo, she's not afraid to tackle you to show you that love. Be sure to check out her 3D artist, Luke, for streams if you can't get enough of this fluffy gremlin energy. Hopefully that was okay. Won't you kiss me on the mouth and love me like a sailor? And you get the taste. I'm trying, but today's been rough, but I will be alright. Oh, I'm sorry today's rough. If you need to talk about it, feel free to. I'm here for you. And its flavor. What's the wrong folder? Wonder if doing tongue twister before you record would help you. Probably. Lock. This one. And 'cause you my new time to find me. Maybe I tried other nothing can like clips. I think I'm also just a bit nervous because new mic and all that. Me on the map. Oh, I don't have to boost myself like that anymore. Back how work been good. Oh my god! Hello, Pancake! Hello, Lovin'. How are you doing? Hello! Hi! How was your stream? How was Marvel Rivals? Hi! If you guys haven't followed Pancake, please do. They are adorable and amazing, and we love them very, 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 very much. Currently we are just trying out our new microphone, really, and recording and doing our videos. The sound alert might be Bork. Oh shit. Fuck. I have to turn these off. Okay, hold on. OBS browser page. It might work now. I was having a bad day, so I streamed and I feel a little bit better. I'm glad. I was shrimp cake today. Were you a shrimp? Did you get the shrimp model? Were you a shrimpy? Like, oh, pancake. Oh, did you always say shrimp? Don't redeem me right now. I'm recording. No, I'm recording. Can I do it after? I was. Fuck yeah. I'm excited to play Peek with you. A shrimp that fries rice. Understandable. Pixels, I'm gonna refund you just so I can do it after. I'm recording right now. You know that. Okay, I'll do it after, I promise. But thank you for the raid. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to me. Otherwise, I hope that, I want to be a shrimp tomorrow. Sounds good. I'm excited for shrimp. Actually, speaking of. Chems at IRL Ghost at pancake. One. Thank you for the save check. 1, 2, 3, 4, and Indy. Someone please check for me. Head count, please. Alright. Okay. Thank you for the save check. You don't have to refund. I already did it. But yeah, we'll do a head count for tomorrow because I also need to do that as well after I get this done. Boop. Hi, Quetzal. Just struggling with being on the spectrum. It really gets alienating sometimes. I wish I could just admit that I'm wrong to accept the world's beauty. I mean, all of us neurodivergent people, really. All of us, and especially those of us on the spectrum, we ain't wrong. We just different. Other people are just a little bingo bonko. Boop, 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 boop. Sure, easygoing with all the drugs I'm taking right now. Oh my god, are you okay? What's happening? Wait, that's right? Yes. Hehe, that's one way of putting it. That's my favorite way of putting it. Taking Advil, lidocaine patches, and Tiger Balm on my back. Should you see a doctor? Threw my back out at work. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Are you doing okay? Okay, why did you throw out your back so hard? Why'd you throw out your back so hard? You threw out your back? I also hope you're okay. It's a very interesting way of saying that sentence, but I enjoy it. But yeah, I hope you're doing okay, Quetz. I'm sorry that feeling binko bonko. The dark days are... Make some of the shorter ones longer. Feel like I could have just fit that last one in here. I just gotta scoot. There you go. 3 days of recovering. Yikes! I'm sorry that you have to go through that. I hope that you can feel 2,000% better soon. The reason not to throw out your bag, JK. I hope you feel better soon. Yeah, I also hope you feel better soon. I also need to turn down this music. There you go. Why won't it let me unlink the clip? Mornings are the worst. Is that when your back hurts the most? There you go. My goodness. Kind of want to become a doctor, not gonna lie, but I don't want to do the paperwork. That's valid. You should become so suspected you have someone else do the paperwork. Dog days are gone. But I was well enough to get up, wash the patio to the best of my abilities, then took my grandpa out to a nice steak dinner for his birthday. Oh, that's so sweet of you. Well, be sure to put yourself first sometimes. All right, I think that's better. All right, what's next? V stars, V highlight, do roll for fun. Did you know vibe and shine? I missed his actual birthday because I was working, so I had to make it up to him. Ah, that's valid. That's valid. I hope you enjoyed your fancy steak dinner. High V stars. This one is roll for fun. For fun. Netherworld. Save. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Netherworld is a pixel art action. I forgot to put my glasses on. Netherworld is a pixel art action adventure narrative experience and also a dark and decadent land full of filthy creatures. After being abandoned by his wife, Medu faces his disgrace, going to the nearest bar to drown his sorrows in vodka. What started as a marriage crisis will soon become an unexpected, surreal, and twisted journey surrounded by quirky fellow travelers. Get along with mages, entrepreneurs, mobsters, kids, old perverts, and more to fix the pieces of your broken life, or at least to try. Filled with mini games and boss fights, this world has so much for you to explore. Currently out on Steam and Nintendo Switch platforms, you can dive deep into the woes today. Just be sure not to get too crazy, or you may end up in a world beyond your wildest imagination. Yes, mornings are the worst. I had to turn into a seizing zombo hobbling from handhold to handhold, moaning and groaning. Hey, Quetzal, at least you're the goodest looking zombie out there, you know what I'm saying? For fun. Blue, but it's all around you. Bom, 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 bom. There we go. Well, they might confuse me with Shakira from How My Hips Be Shaking. That's valid. I keep forgetting that this connects me. And we'll just link clips. The Tiger Bomb be hitting. I'm glad. You deserve not to be in pain, Quetta. Still like peeking it, I think, a little bit. I think it's CBD infused. That makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna go watch Reacher with my parents. You have a lovely night. You too, Airdom. Thank you for stopping by. Mwah. Is that piece important? Is that one of them Hot Man shows? I hope so. Hey Kiwi, when speaking about humans, should I use they or we? It depends if you want to be relatable or not. If you want they, you're doing it more, in my opinion, observe like a researcher's perspective. You're being more observative. God damn that word, observative. Observe it. You know what I mean. But if you use we, then there's a correlation of relatability. Is that we are also subject to these things, not just them. But also Kiwi might have a completely different response than you did as to Kiwi, but I'm gonna put my 2 cents in anyway because I can. So observatory. Why does that word sound so weird? I don't know why that word sounds so weird. Save. Observatory. Yeah, that sounds right. Lane is right. It mainly depends on the number of people you're talking about. You're talking about too. Like they for a group of people or friends is less alien than they for humans as a whole. I'm going for more an observatory approach. Hearing about youth sexuality because that's all I could pull from the text. I would use they then. Okay. And I'm so happy I did the right answer. Yippee! I feel so smart. All right. 1, 2, 3. Waterfalls can ignore gravity. Willy Wonka must have dumped his fizzy lightning drink. Willy Wonka must have dumped his fizzy lifting drink and Willy Wonka must have dumped his fizzy lifting drink in because Willy Wonka must have dumped his fizzy lifting drink in because some rivers fall into the sky. Okay, I might be exaggerating just a little. What really happened is What really happens is wind channels into a perfect updraft that pushes against the water and it shoots the water back up into a gorgeous reverse flow. This can only happen if the wind is moving about 47 miles per hour, though. That may sound slow since it's about the speed you drive around town, but that's more than half the speed of a hurricane force. That may sound slow since it's about the speed you drive around town, but that's more than half of the speed of a hurricane's force winds. This phenomenon isn't isn't as rare as you might think either. It can really happen anywhere a waterfall. It can really happen anywhere with a waterfall and wind. It's just that some places have better conditions for it. It just happened that some places have better conditions for it to happen more often. It's just that some places have better conditions for it to happen more often. They're even tourist destinations. Some of the most popular ones are in India, Japan, Brazil, Iceland, and Hawaii. I don't know if you're planning any trips, but I know where I want to go for this fantastical photo shoot. I don't know if you're planning on any trips, but I know where I would want to go for a fantastical photo shoot. Plus, I hear now is the perfect time to go to Hawaii. Bump. Bum 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 bum. Unless you're going to put yourself as brother. I mean, I'm not youth anymore, so I'm not. I do have to be careful because some of these texts are doo-doo ass sources. Perfect, just like I imagined. Almost finished with watching this monstrosity of a video when a Good and Papa made 11-hour video. What? Are you watching the? Oh my God! Wait, Quetzal, you're in the Creepcast. What are you? Which one are you watching? I've literally watched every single one of them except for the latest one because I watched that in my off time. Which one are you watching? Because Mother Horse Eyes is like 12 hours, isn't it? Time in what the haven't you people ever heard? Oh no, it's only 11 hours. Damn. What do you think of Mother Horse Eyes? I like Mother Horse Eyes. It's like one of my top 10. I really like Mother Horse Eyes. I clean hoarder houses for a living was like really fucking good, but the graphicness of it, bleh. Like it was really good, but it was really rough. I also like Baraska, but I didn't like the last one. It's insane. I love it so much. I love that it's like literally could be alternate reality to what we have now, and I fucking oh. Do you have a favorite one? Sorry, I didn't mean to like overwhelm you or anything. Activated. I know. I've been begging people to watch it. I've been begging you. But I've been begging people to watch it and they don't want to watch it. That makes me sad because I love that. I love it so much. Chime in. It's a little bit off. Getting a goddamn thousand. Oh shit. Oh, okay, I see. Gods, why did I pick this topic? I have to tiptoe so much, but it's too late to turn back. I believe in you. Do you have any ice cream? You could reward yourself with ice cream once you get it done. You know I made up. Understand? I do, but I don't, but I might go get some. You should to reward yourself. Ted the Caver, 1999, Stairs in the Wood in Baraska. Very nice selection. I think my favorites. Oh shit. Oh, I like a lot of these. Baraska was sickening. It was, but it was like so good because you would get so invested into the characters, in my opinion. Oh my god, but Feed the Pig though, Quets, have you listened to Feed the Pig? I loved that one a lot. Oh my god, Left Right Game 2. Those are like my top 3, I think. Baraska, Feed the Pig, Mother Horse Eyes. I think are my favorites. No, I haven't yet. That one's pretty good. I quite like that one a lot. Burger Entries is also pretty good. It's kind of silly, but it's funny. I have to finish the Blood Ridge Motel. I think, am I really only an hour in? Yeah, I watch them every week. And then I get so excited for when they come out. I've watched, like, I fall asleep to them as well. That's how much I'm addicted to them. Brosco was the farm breeding ranch one, right? Yep. That was the one where, like, each kid, the first letter of their name was associated with the person that, you know, that was their seed giver. Horrible, on God. But it was such a good read, on God. I like that. Kiwi, our script is too long. Kiwi, our script is too long. I'm going to take this piece out. There you go. But it's too good. I mean, I kept most of it. I just took out the Willy Wonka piece. I keep wanting to write the word era, but like we've only been around for one era, so that don't work. I think you should do it anyway. Yeah, it's both of our faults though. V highlight and this one was a little bit long. Because the song doesn't last that long. Excuse me. Did you know? I know I gotta do my shine. Oh, ba bum bum bum. I also might be reading it slower because of my microphone, by the way. So it might be my bad. As I get more used to it, I'll read faster. 1, 2, 3. Sometimes all you need to relax is a good old head scratch and an empty mind. Just like this little dear friend who is not only missing a tooth, but also missing a brain cell. Their adorable little pure bliss smile made my heart melt and reminded me that sometimes I just need to turn my brain off. This little Mola Mola is known just for that. However, this little son of the sea looks super active and happy. So maybe that brain to body mass is equal. So maybe he isn't completely empty in the noggin. But after this week, maybe your noggin is nodding off a bit to the dream world. Just like this little fellow who went full starfish just to absorb all that EP energy. I don't know about you, but when I'm dead tired, I too sprawl out like I'm trying to reach for the sleep that's just out of reach. Ah, my face itches. Ah. Thank you for the cheek pap. Go. Thank you. Her eyes. Oh! I didn't save this as separate. Oh no. 16. That's okie dokie. Really want it. That cupcake pack with your name on it. And if you're feeling scared, up out of here, go. Womp. Whoop. Save. This one. This one's safe. Okay. I might have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I have to turn into a shrimp. Yeah, but it is like the book close. This is like toggle. I use my eyes to put a stash and then tempura. And then it's my arms. And then it's a crayon. This is an angry. And it's just a stick and duck click. So we could do it like this. Nope, not that one. Papa's back, chat. Papa's back. If you want my love, it's a boogie on down, down, on down, down. My nose itches. Oh my god. On down. My head itches. Everything itches. I took a shower today though. Maybe because I'm nervous. Find some. Shine MP3. 5-minute shine. Okie dokie. 5-minute shine. Do 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 do. Set this. This should be a little bit louder. Still quiet, but it's okay. And clips. Did I unmute myself? I did. Okay, cool. I love my new mic. I love my new mic. Message Chubs. Message. Sorry. Let me hit my microphone. I just swapped you up a little bit. No, it's not enough footage. Change it. No, it's just barely out of there. Oh shit. With my son. Oh, so that's why no one in my high school got pregnant. Teen pregnancy is down 75% since 1990. I thought it was down much less. No, a lot of people are not having babies anymore. No, I think the only person you're going to see having babies is probably me. This one recorded really well, actually. Kitten cam. Help! A shrimp stole my baby! What? What? I didn't steal a baby. I knew the overall birth rate was down, but I didn't know it fell so sharply for the teens. That's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. Down with the Anna. Down with the system. Who stole your baby? Alright, we're gonna start with this one because I can. I need my blankie. I need my blankie. Alright. Vocal stem. I don't know if it went off, so I will play it again. Hello? Sammy? Sammy boy, where'd you go? Sammy. Maybe I have to restart Sammy. It's not Sammy. Get to this. Sammy? There you go. Chick. I don't think you guys heard that.
$21.
I don't need it.
I don't need it.
Definitely don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I
There you
don't
go.
need
That's all fixed now.
it. I don't need it.
I hear it now. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I broke it when I replugged in my audio, which probably means every time that I do something new with these, I'm gonna have to redo them, which is fine. The shrimp is so yeah. I'm very stretchy. I'm just gonna take all these off for now. I shouldn't go to this not belonging here. Something. And copy media player browser. Yep. All right. I wonder if I just do this now, what happens? I'm gonna die for you. Text. My preset. Select track. It's giving Wall-E Roach pet. Do you still like me even though I look like a roach? Oh, that's the... Just go splat, then pop up. Is that good? I did this backwards. God dang it. Remove period, remove commas, remove quotes, remove dashes. Wait, inverse. Okay. Thank you for the song request. Really, are you eating? Piano. What is these Socrates? Oh my god, the snap captions work so well because I have a good mic. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna make this smaller though. Like, it has no misspell. Well, to be fair, I did take more time to make sure I enunciated my words, but at the same time. 0.9. I like that. Okay, now where did... Where did the thing go? Oh, I found one. Do 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 boo. Do do do. Do 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 do. Okay, I'll make sure next week that the spelling is correct for everything. So. Dun dun dun. 369. Dang, she fine. Time get low. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. Oh, to the wow. If I drop down my balls, all these bitches crawl. I'll fix these. Oops. This one. Save. We can do V-stars next. So actually wouldn't be too bad. Add subtitle track, this one. Just picturing a badass shrimp rapping this song. Damn, she fine. Get low. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. To the window, to the wall. Till the stretch up down my balls. All these bitches crawl. Oh. I don't know if skeet's a bad word. I'm sick and low. You scared, the rest of the flow. You scared, you scared. I'm sick and low. You scared, you scared. Is that what you wanted, Clarissa? Also, my bow's not on me. Was that good? Yes, please, someone clip it. Here, I'll make a marker in my stream in case no one does. Everyone might be busy. Oh shit! Hello, Mashi. I'm on mobile. I got you. I clicked the link. How was your stream? What were you doing? You were playing Day Everything? How was Day Everything? Bork, bork, bork. We've come to steal your cheese. Bork, 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 bork. Can we share? I really like my cheese. It was good. I'm glad. I'm currently just video editing up some stuff. Oh, actually, speaking of, I'm editing your thingy. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Raiders missed the rapping trip. They did. I was rapping. I was rapping just so well, but I hope you had a wonderful time. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you have fun. I can do a little bit. Hold on, wait. Get back on the floor, get your balance and drop. Now bring it back up, clap your ass in your hands. I want to see it. That was hard. I love this song. It's a good song. Oh, wait. Yes. It's time, damn, she fine. Wait, where's the verse? One more time, get low. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. To the window, to the wall. To the sweatshop down my balls. All these bitches cry. I was doing that for a solid second, but I can't do it for too long. It'll make my throat die. I hope it was funny. Lil Jon Silver, let's go! Let's go! But yeah, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Again, if you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. Thank you for the follow. You go bye bye. Welcome on in. But yeah, must be a little guy. You go bye bye. Just smile and laugh. I gotta put more. The only thing is, like, I gotta put more exclamation points in all of this. Maybe one more time, get low. Get low, get low, get low, get low. Not the sausage clip. Not the sausage. Oh. Teehee. It's a good eye catcher, you know? Fingies. Teehee. Gotta get those viewers to pay attention so that way they come and watch your streams and then you can blow up. Honestly, like, my most favorite thing on God would be if someone were to blow up because of one of these TikToks. Like, throw me aside. Like, you know, if you get famous, a win for me. You blow up, you blow up. Yeah, thanks, Kiwi. Excuse me. TikTok handle where? Literally, it's the same. My TikTok is the same as all my other platforms. It's just that main account. Look for streams. It's fluffy. I hope you're all doing well. Look for it. So dude, I have been looking at your model every time. I keep like looking at your model. Oh God, I might. You know, if I need before I make my own 3D model, you know, I might look into those ones. They did my model pumpkins and all of Sugar's. Ooh, I quite like theirs though. It's very cute. Oh, they also did pumpkins. I quite like pumpkins as well. They open in October. I might have to save up. I might have to save up. I think I kind of overdid my voice with the rapping. It kind of hurts now, but hell yeah. I might look into it. I might look into it. And then I can hang out with you guys in VR. Because right now, the only one I have is my Gremlin model, which I don't know if Lucius... I don't know. I don't know. Gremlin model. This is gonna come up with so many things. Hold on. Thank you for the check-in, Mashi. Hold on. Let me see if I can find them. I have a DM? I said I had a DM. Lucius. Oops, wrong thing. This person made me a Gremlin model. That's the only one I really use in VR because the other 3D model I have kind of got scuffed. Like, it didn't import into VR chat correctly. I don't think they ever posted it. Hold on. This is my little... Those are so cute. Yeah, I like these ones. Did you import it yourself? This one, for the Gremlin one, no. Lucius did it for me. For the other one that is my model, I had to do it, I think. But it's like the weight paints weren't done correctly. I haven't looked at it in a while. If it's not that bad, I might think about re-importing it. Models. Is it this one? That's my VTuber one. I think it might be this one. I don't have pictures of it though. Sad. Oh, I should have taken a picture of it. But yeah. I'll have to do that eventually. What is this? What scam? What scam? Ew. Okay. Okay, now all I gotta do is this one. Is there any way I could dock this? I cannot. Okay, that's fine. I always love seeing all the art you get. I love seeing all the art you get, especially with Rin. They're so pretty. Like, your guys' art is so pretty. I think, did I get art recently? Trying to think. I think the most recent art I got from Womble. It was an emo. It's not a full illustration, but it's the cutest little emo in the world. I love it so much. I got this from Womble. Kind of like an art trade. I don't think I've gotten any other art as of late because I spent it on hardware instead. I love that. I know. It's just a cute little Mako hug. Can I use it now? Go hug. Yeah, Mako hug. Do they have a VGen? They do, I think. They're also from Wales. Or they might do it through Ko-fi. But here's their at. I don't actually know. I know they have commissions. I think it might be through Ko-fi, though. Yeah, they have emotes, animated emotes. They have a lot of YCHs. I really like this one. I should get this one at some point. Oh, one of the charge YCHs. But their art's, like, super good. I really love their art. Their art's really nice. I should get art from them. On God. Yeah, no, their art's amazing. Like, look at this. Look, wait, hold on. Do they have it? Like, look at this. This is like their personal art, dude. They're cracked. I think they showed on Blue Sky. Ooh, the Dancy one is cute. I know. Like, they made, like, this for their own stream. And I was like, this is so fucking cute. And, like, the little bird is their little mascot. Their little chat mascot. It's so great. I love their shit so much. So much. They're so fucking cracked, dude. I can't. Like, dude, every year they do a birdathon where, like, you can pay, like, an X amount to get yourself drawn as a burb. And then these are personal board decoded was. This was what they did this year. I want to get a burb someday. I will get a burb someday. Oh my god, Mashy. Actually, while you're here, let me make you... You want to be yellow? Where are you? I made everyone respawn. Where are you? Would you like to be yellow? It's Womble. Where are you? Where are you? That's Zodi. That's Rainer. Oh, there you are. I'll put you up here for now. I'll be a golden retriever color? Yeah, okay, I got you. Lemon. Wait, is lemon better or is banana better? I think banana's better. It's a bit more saturated. But yeah, here you go. We should make some strawberry accessories for you. I love making accessories for my friends. And I respawned you guys again. My bad. Get over here. Sweet little marmalade. Oh shit. Okay. This one. Oh, where'd the exclamation point go? Wait, where'd the exclamation points go? Where'd the exclamation points go? Huh? What? Oh my goodness. Turn text, this one. Oh wait, no. My preset. Phrases. My preset. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's do that one more time so that way I can get the exclamation points in there. Wait a minute. Huh. Okay. Okay, I think this all needs to go down to the 0.9 that I did before. Apply. Oh, that's just like on it. I think that's good. I'm just gonna restart this because I don't want to break my computer. No, 5 V-stars, and then we will do V highlight. So I was already doing that one, I believe. This one, V highlight. And then we can remove this. This one's good. Tomorrow I'll do roll for fun. Maybe did you know if I have time? But if I don't have time, that'll be okay. Save. Yes, I was kind of working on this one. Timeline. Oh, I forgot. I also have to open my new Advanced GG cup. Affiliated. Because I got the special affiliate. Oh! Thank you for the save check. I got the special cup. They have like an invite me only neon green cup with a clear bottom, which I thought was really cool. Yes! I can show you guys what it looks like on. Was it an ambassador announcements? Might have been. It might have been. It might have been actually in company announcements. Yeah. This one. And now I have it. They used to apparently have the ice shaker version, and I think it's rude that they only have the plastic one now, but hey, I'm not gonna be mad about a free shaker. Especially not one this pretty, in my opinion. I think this one's really pretty. Because I have their, like, other one. Advanced GG starter pack. I have not that. What is wait? They have stickers now? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, very interesting. Okay, that's not what I was looking for though. This one. I have this one because that's the one that came in the starter pack. It looks like they're starting to do like new stuff though, which is really cool. Partnered with Advanced. I want to see who. Wait, see the people. I look like my old boss. I got spooked for a second. Oh my god, shrimp! Hello, Norman. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm a shrimp. I'm not normally a shrimp, but I like being a shrimp. I'm a cat, cow, lich, mare. I can be whatever the fuck I want to be, and I don't want to be shrimp. How you doing, Norman? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Alright, bet. Thank you for the follow. I think this, I didn't go down as far as I needed it to. It did not. Boop. 632. Wow, pixel art, so beautiful. Are you talking about what? Wait, what? Wait, what? 627. Oh, yes. Yes, my alerts have not changed for years. I've kept them the same, but I really like them. Mashy, yeah. YouTuber model. Oh my god, Yuri and Doyer, welcome on in. You're not the first and you won't be the last. Thank you for the wellness check. I think I ran out of advanced GG, so now I gotta just drink some normal water. Ow, 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 ow. Fellow Yuri and Doyer, yes. Oh, I got faded a bit. That's okay. Oh, my brain. Oh, my brain, please. What? From Yuri, is this all you got, comrade? Is this all you got? All you gonna do with bonk? You're not even gonna say hello? Hello, thank you. At least you said hello. Thank you for the hat pat. Cookie Hana. I think their main things are Twitch. I'm gonna say Blue Sky. Let's see, Blue Sky. And VGen, probably. Thank you, Quetzal, for combating the spammage. Sad day it is. I guess I just gonna have to, you know, like, maybe please don't bonk me all the time. Maybe, please. You know? Please don't spam. Pretty please. That's okay. I appreciate if you didn't spam it, because that would be kind of cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate ya. I know it's really fun to bonk my brain cell, though. Chad does it a lot because... Derasin, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. But I understand. My brain cell is very squishy, so I understand it's very fun. It's like when you see a Squishmallow and you just want to squeeze the shit out of it until it pops. So I get it. I get it. Alas, do not worry. I understand. What do you guys know each other? Hello. I did V-stars, right? I did do V-stars. Render. Hi. Hi. Welcome on in. Thank you for stopping by. My neck is like stiff as fuck right now. This one is for Cookie Hana, so we're gonna go. I think I'm just gonna look up like strawberry. No, cookie. Need a stretch break? Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Was lurking and drawing stretch time. All right, we take stretch. We take stretch break. I feel my muscles dying. Woo. Yeah, what should you want? Ice cream. What's this one? Nope. Okay, what about cute? Interesting. Let me fix that. I must get up to. Yes, please feel free to get up. You know, get yourself a break. You can't take a photo all day long, make your body die. Your body. I will switch to my phone. Sounds good. I just want a cute, like, cutesy song. Pumpkin Halloween. Ooh, so many Halloween ones. Trying to comfort a friend, so her and Alucard and battle poster from Le Castlevania. Fancy. Oh my goodness. This one. Alucard, my beloved. I need to watch Castlevania. Oh God. But Chad's trapped me into One Piece, so I gotta watch that first. So I'll probably never watch another anime in my life. Just kidding. I'll probably just watch it when I'm not busy. Oh, this one. For real. We started watching it this Sunday. Yep. Yeah, I'm trapped. I am trapped in a hell of my own design in a way. I'm like a Gooby artist though. He has too much details in his outfit, so I dumbified him. I mean, sometimes you just gotta simplify, you know. It ain't worth 1,000 hours, especially if you're not getting paid 1,000 hours to do all that. I'm holding you for 60 episode. Okay. Am I not Charlie Wally? Am I right? Am I way enough for you? What does this mean? Link clips. This is not a good first clip. We'll do this one. And then this one. This one. I think we do 78. What was our cropping for V-stars? So I really liked this one. That's snap captions. Okay, thanks, man. Didn't have to call me out like that, but alright. 840? So what if I like Billie Eilish, man? Goddamn. Is that the Spotify DJ? Yeah. Yeah. He'll be like, you listened to this song 300 times this week. And I'll be like, would you shut the fuck up? Cute Public Girl. It's Cookie Hana. They're really cute artists. I would advise to check them out. They're super cute. It's cute because they have like cat ears, but then their cat ears can turn into doggy ears. I like it a lot. That's where I wanted to end. Sent you a DM. I got you. Just give me 10 seconds. What is this from? Oh, this was from Hell. You put it in the wrong hole. What the fuck? I really need to watch fucking Helsing, bro. Enjoy. Avoiding all this sexual tension. Huh? I like their hair. Their hair is very pretty. Thank you for sharing that with me. Welcome back. How was knitting club? Hope it was good. Zoom it out a little bit more. No problem. Thank you for the boot. It was good. I'm glad. Oh, doop. Better. Poke the shrimp. Poke the shrimp. Hi, wife. Hello, wife. Oh, you just dropped in. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna put you up on the throne. I should really put a throne up here. Sit. Sit. No, no. I wrote sought. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. There you go. There you go. How you doing, wife? I used the Billy song as inspo for how I planned out when my DMing characters die. Understand? Getting whiplash. No, you're invulnerable to whiplash. Shh. I also, what do you think of my new mic? I don't know if it sounds a lot different to you, but if I give you guys a kiss, it'll sound like I'm in your ear. Okay, break time. Vex, do you wanna do food guesser? Do you wanna do food guesser with me? I got a bunch of desires, so I feel out of it, so I ended a little early. Oh, I'm sorry, love. I do hear a different CP. Did you still want to hang out later tonight? Totally fine if like you need some space. The edibles be helping. Wife? Yeah, me is my wife. Yes, of course. Okay. Don't go in my ear, please. Oh, all right, I'll try not to. Try not to. I have to be a lot closer to this mic though. Diary. Why is it not? It's not doing the thing I want it to do. Get a sign. I want her in my ear though. No, my wife? Oh, vexed. Vexed wife. Okay. I'm gonna give a warning and go in Pixel's ear instead. No, I'm gonna give my wife. Alright. Audio warning. I'm going to be going into my wife's ear in 3, 2, 1. Hi, Mew. How are you doing? I love you. Mwah. Hee hee. Thank you for the wellness check, Rainer. Oh, what do we do here? ASMR when? Probably at some point, to be honest. I did kind of say that if we got this mic, I would try. I think though, if I did ASMR, it'd be one of those really stupid ones where it's like POV, your girlfriend comes to help you to sleep, but she trips on her way in, and so it'd be like, "Hey, hon, oh fuck, ow," you know, kind of thing. It'd be like that. I hope that was cool. I like looked away from my mic so it sounded like I'm more distant. Distant. Ba, 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 ba. Wonderful, thank you. Hot. Little Lemon says, welcome on in. Oop, I want to move. Don't worry, you're cool. I'm cool. Super cool. Super cool, just cool. I shame all the people who don't have jumper cables in their car. What? 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 What is jumper cable got to do with anything? Super cool. Yay! Let's see. What that can I eat? Eat what? Eat me? Don't need to eat me. I am shrimp. I could cook you some rice. Do you want me to rice? For me, you only? This is true. This is true. It's for me, you only. My dad doesn't have jumper cables and needed a fucking jump. Hey man, you can MacGyver that shit if you want. I think I need one more. I need a different clip of Hana because I have one where she's crying and I feel bad because she's crying. Oh shit, did I get a DM back about the thing? The vegan thing? No, you can't. Yes, you can. My dad did it once. My dad did it once. It was fine. It was fine. Do not MacGyver jumper cables, but it was fine. My dad did it and it was okay. Let Papa Shrimp teach you how to do it. No, it was on a line between Oopid and smart. What's a MacGyver? A MacGyver is someone who like creates things out of junk in a way. Why? Because he has AAA. Like, okay, if you make a single mistake, that's valid, but my dad was smart. My dad was very a big boy. He can figure it out. God? God? Is that you? Oh, I love the version for the first video showing the different sides of the star. Could it be a tiny bit less exaggerated? The engine, I like the rays to be a tiny bit faster than the sparkles, and the halo must be slower but faster than the rays once they are edited. So if I look at this here. I hadn't gotten to the disappearing these stars yet, but I will make the other edits you requested first before doing those, if that's okay. I'm happy you like how it's looking so far. I like the shrimp model, by the way. I ate chili shrimp with rice 3 days ago. Fuck, yeah, that sounds really good. That sounds really good. That was all in my head. Wonder, do they have the ones they featured are the I don't even think they featured them technically. He's stupid and it hurts his pride to ask for help, but he'd rather pay for it. Yeah, we were also like not able to go home. Like we were literally stranded if he didn't do that kind of thing. So, smile. Damn, Play-Doh also kicked my ass. Oh damn. Okay, I will do it after this. Time. I feel we did then. Oh god, male jump scare. I'm sorry. It's not my fault, technically, though. That's a good overview shot of their art. See how she gets those colors popping. This goes here. So hear a simple song. Also, we live 2.5 hours from the nearest triple hub. What's happening? What's happening? I stopped paying attention. I'm sorry. Wednesdays is something new. I hear it when I look at you. Boop, 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 boop. I'm gonna get the coloring process because I can. Oh, thank you for the save check, Daedalus. How you doing? I always knew editing was tedious, but now that I have a quick glance, yeah, holy shit. This is for TikTok, which is a lot faster pace, to be fair. But, I mean, fair. I mean, meh. Meh. Could be worse. Could be worse. Quit my job today to pursue my career. Spooky day. I'm so proud of you. Good job, Daedalus. Good job. Standing up for what you believe in. Fuck yeah. Just track up. Been featured on Crater Cups. I don't want I do a pop wobble. Do a little pop wobble and my pop wobble, pop wobble. Huh, that fits like so well in the frame. It's crazy, actually. Goddamn, no, I found a new artist I want to learn from. Wait, their art is like perfect though. Fuck me, dude. I'm glad you made it home though. We're all glad that you made it home. Good job. Hold on. Now I'm fucked up because now I want to learn how Hana draws. Now I hear a symphony. Don't mind me. I am just gonna put some art in my art studies folder. Do you have any other ones that I like? Maybe I should look at some flat shaded ones too, actually, so that way I'm not getting overwhelmed by the amount of shading that they do, actually. I'm not saving them. What am I doing? Save. I really like this. Okay. Brain satisfied. Thank you for bearing with me. Okay, we go back. What is happening in this one? My darling. Oh, no. I don't think this one. I got distracted by boobs. No, understandable. Oh no, I already did that. Okay, so it's like I gotta put that there. Maybe done tournament. I believe in you. I'll let you know what. Wait, let me know when you're done, and then I'll let you know my food guesser thing. Might be a bit of a jump scare to put in a real dog. Or a real doggy. Darling. Like home. She's touched you. I like this. I don't know what this is. It reminds me of the Hatsune Miku spin, but I like it. Doop. And then we need one more illustrative one. Methinks. I don't have one from this one, so I'll just go back to their Twitch and grab one more then. A life skill that will save you money, basic car maintenance, basic plumbing, a basic house repair. I don't care if you're a man or a woman or whatever, learn to do that shit. I have YouTube. I could look it up on YouTube though. Cooking is also important. Feeding yourself is important. My darling. Sorry I was heated. You're okay. You're totally fine. You know where I'm here to listen to you vent if you need it. Dust to dust. I just realized they have a little Paiza from Final Fantasy, and they have is his name Xenos? The guy who we kicked his ass. She's dust to dust. Let's do this part. Actually, go, so I lay with my symptoms. Sorrow and dread, I all said. Move track down. Aussie Desert Jazz. Ooh, I like the sound of that. I love, I love, I love, I love her. I love her. Let's see. That you've been alone. You go home, tell me why. Why can't you be the home tonight and stay with me inside? I hate the idea of someone being almost 50 and not knowing how to install a car battery and not at least asking who does to make sure it's right. People be stubborn. Everybody gets stubborn sometimes. To be fair. I guess it's hurting. My feet won't go out of bed. I don't know where to go. I'll lay here instead with my symptoms. The sorrow and dread, it all said it be fade. But again and again, I love, I love, I love, I love. Aww. Getting stubborn gets you stranded? Yeah, sometimes. That's valid. That's valid. Sometimes that's just how it be, though, you know? Most important thing is that you got home and you're safe. Nowhere to go, so I lay here instead. 279. Oops. 279. Zoom. Hi, Shrimp Lane. Hello. Hello. How are you? Alright, we're good on that. Edit labels, and now I have an hour to do some art. I don't know how I pulled that off, but I did. Yeah, because I made a big deal about how stupid it is to wait for 2 hours. I mean, you got a fair point there, Busterino. Oops. Stop it. Stop it. There you go. Oh. It's quite hard to rotate this guy. I like... Okay, that wasn't the move. That wasn't the move, chat. Can I, like, loosen this thing? Sometimes I just need to rotate the mic. I don't think I can. That's fine. I'll rotate it from the elbow. Yeah, there we go. The house smells really good, chat. Making me hungry. This band is such a vibe. It does feel like a vibe, I will say. When his wife has a car, jumper cables, and is only... That's valid. Really neat stage appearance? Yeah. I need my cable for my thingy. I think Pixels. I think Pixels used the wrong cable. I don't have a link cable no more. It's okay. Maybe I can just use my keyboard one. I'm gonna choose one for my keyboard. Should work the same. You're the move. Be like, I use main cow. Throw oddly like a Pokeball. Yeah. Lane's not Canadian. You're me. I'm hungry, but I am not Canadian, unfortunately. This thing only powers. shiitake mushrooms.
Father, help!
Ah, why? Why? Oh wait, maybe I could use. I don't know if this is gonna work either. Is this gonna work? Did that work? It did. Yes, Pog. I was probably not the best to use cables for other tech for this. Elaine, I choose you, but you threw me away. You hungry for me? I am flattered. Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm hungry for everybody. Sorry. That ruined the moment. I burped. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Pokemon joke. Yeah, I know, but you threw me away. Away. Not to ruin the moment for us. But I burped. Wait, why does it say 1? Does it reset every stream? That should be up to 2. I have to make sure I'm doing that one right. But for now, I do art. What if they're both? I actually think this is the art style one I have at the end of the day. Oops, no. Wrong one. Yeah, this one. I like this one a lot. There's like all the solid colors. Solid colors make me happy. Do they have line weight? They do have line weight. They have like a little bit of line weight. It's very subtle though. You gonna come back? Oh shit. Hi. Bet you didn't expect me to come back like this. How did they do the hair? What if it has a lot of hair though? I didn't look at that. This person has a hat. This one. Big chunks. Squisho mode. Damn, okay. There you go. I will resize myself in 10 seconds. They did draw hands is very pretty. I would just achieve that by adding nails, though. Default. Oh, I'm already at default. There we go. Chat is the Riz. This is true. This is true. I think Pixels is making corned beef hash, and I'm really excited. But you know what this means? This means I have to redo the hair. Fuck. How do they do cat ears? Alright, in the dark side of me, love remains a drug that's a high and not a thrill. Did you know? How they do buff pups ears? Okay, I see. Okay. Shine can be seen. I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah. I feel like this little guy, he's the only one with the brain cell. What? You mean, are you saying that this model is the only one that has only one brain cell? Which is very possible if that is what you're saying. There is so much a man can tell you, so much you can't deny. What's nose? Oh, there's no. Oh, God. Let's use blue. Baby, I compare you to a kiss from a rose on the grave. Oh, the more actually, you'd be 6. I hits the gloom on the grave. So when have super fluffy hair, they do lots of like bouts. So honestly, I should start with this side. What do I look like? Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. Okay. There's so much a man can tell you, so much he became my power, my pleasure, my pain. You're like a joint addiction that I can't deny. No, as my eyes become large and corned beef hash. Can't say I've had it. Is it a Yank thing? Maybe. It's this. It's really good. It's beef brisket that has been brined or cured. It's a curing process that gives corned beef its distinctive color. Also, I forgot that I need to do food guesser. Sure it feels, yeah. Shredded beef, maza de maize, onions, bell pepper, garlic, tomatoes, bitter orange juice, mint, anchochoke, vegetable oil, salt, black pepper. Reread. I like this little guy. He's the only one. He only has one brain cell. I got it. Okay, there we go. Sorry. I find it. I find this factual being the most Canadians like food, which is fair. Being most people starve when it's cold and you haven't eaten, or you die from the cold. However you want to put it. That's valid. Yeah. We were looking at Cookie Hana's art because I wanted to see how they did the ears. Cause I have fluffy ears like Buff. Oh, what the fuck? Bulgaria. Bulgaria is where I'm guessing. Ice cold. United States. Indio Viejo. Mexico? Joe. I don't know places in South America. Maps. Okay, we've got Bolivia. What about Bolivia? Maize? Oh, the corn. Oh, wait. Colombia. Okay, not Colombia. It's west of Colombia. West of Colombia. Colombia. It's not Mexico. What is west of Colombia? Costa Rica? What about Costa Rica? Yes. Oh, Nicaragua. Damn it. Where's that? Oh, it's right above. Damn it. Oh, think of a cheek bab. Rice, beefy, jerky, onion, garlic, tomato, green bell peppers, oil, parsley, salt, black pepper, scallion, sausage, optional bacon, and paprika. This dish features rice cooked with salt. Together, tomato, parsley. It feels Italian. It feels Italian to me. Italian. Ice cold. Never mind. West? What is west of Italy? Italy. Portugal. Not Portugal. Okay, what about Mexico? Okay. It is between Portugal and Mexico. Greenland? What the fuck? What the fuck? It was Brazil. Fuck. God damn it. Cuba? Is Cuba near Brazil? Cuba. Where's Brazil? Brazil? I don't know where Brazil is. Thought Brazil was over here. Where's Brazil? Brazil. Oh. Oh, yeah, I mean a lot of things. You said Portugal? Yeah, okay. Yep, that's true. Graham crackers, ripe mangoes, whipped cream, sweetened condensed milk, all bunch of... These are like... It's hard because they're like more... It's more Mexico and Portugal than Brazil. It's just hard because they're all like pretty generic ingredients. Where has mangoes? What place has mangoes? South Africa. No, it is east of South Africa. And said I would never fall. You have fallen to Iran? Iran have mangoes? Philippines? Yeah! Good job, Kiwi. Good job, Kiwi. Kiwi's the only reason why we got an okay score. Damn, Vex got 10,000. Damn. Ghost is rebranding, and I love what they are doing. What are they doing? Did they share it in your Discord? Did they share it in your Discord at all? Into a garland too. Okay. Dark inside and oh right, this is what I was doing. Elaine got a bad score. Everyone point and laugh. Shut the fuck up. Today was hard for me. It was hard. It was hard. They used a lot of generic ingredients, so I couldn't guess. Oh my god. Today was near impossible. It was very just like general ingredients, which made it harder for me, I think. Yippee! Corned beef hash. Thank you. Yippee. Nom nom. How could you do this? How could you do this? I forgot the cheese. Corned beef hash? Give me it now. I got you. Well, I'll share. I'll share with you. I got you. It's a little warm, but it's really good. I think my line art might be a little thin for what I'm referencing, but I think that's okay. I'll make it chunky. Yippee, 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 yippee. Thank you. Smells so good. Ah. Nom nom nom. Mm. Mm. It's really hot. I should wait for that to cool a little bit. And faster. It will likely give you mega munchies if you don't have food already in your system. You can take it now. You for me it takes an hour. I think, but to an hour. So it depends. Do you want to be peak? So like if I join you at 10 and you take one now, you may max suit. But if you take in like 30 minutes, you prob feel it once I join. Yeah. Okay. To go. I know. Through the struggle. Okay. And then new. Hello, big shows. I burnt my mouth a little bit, not gonna lie to you. But I'm alright. I'm just waiting for it to cool down a little bit. You cannot I tried it and got one right. I think I also got one right. So, are you okay? Do you need something? No, I'm good. I am okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to just cut that off. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. I left to play Foolish and got one right. Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. That's why you have vexed. How's the egg? Good. I'm letting it soak into my potatoes. I'm also mixing it so it cools down a little bit. Vess is finishing the homework. Okay then. I promise they'll get back to you when they're done with their homework. Did I do the tic tac thing? Do the tic tac thing? No. It might have been a little too stiff to do the tic tac thing where it like just breaks. Yeah, it's kind of like solid. Tastes good though. That's fine. I wasn't really going for that. I was just wondering. Valid. Have the hot sauce. I really like corned beef half with hot sauce. Thank you. To do something like you. It was true. There's any church. Nom, nom. Oh. Nom, nom, nom. The stars. Ow. My eyeliner looks pretty okay. I just kind of want to redo the hair because I feel like it's a bit much. But I'm gonna finish my dinner, then I'll do that. Mm-mm-mm. I like how I did the eyes a lot, I think. Ow. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Fun. Okay. All right. Boop. Boop. Hey, devil. The amount of times that I've redone this line art, I think is a little kooky crazy. But I think that's okay. Stay, devil. Stay, devil. Oh shit. I think I like that. Beep 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 beep.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
I think I like this hair a lot more. I just gotta erase bits and pieces. It is the hair. I forgot my. Oh, wait, oh, okay. I just do that on the layer. Or anything there. And there's a man. And therefore I am. Friend or anything there. There you go. Elaine! Yes. What's up? I actually really like how I did the old Ohoge. I want to keep that. Oh, not that one. Let your friend or anything down. Or anything down. Oh! Sorry, that was like a really weird noise. I don't think I got your name. Hug attack. Yippee! I love hugs. I love hugs. Thank you for the hug. Rasterize. This is the hair. How they draw the tail. Very also big chunkies. Okay. I'm gonna do the tail one more time. Here is the hair. The hair is now done. Finally, for the 50th time. Save as V5 lemon. I say as I look at this side strand and feel like it looks wrong. By the pussycat dolls. There you go. Yeah, that's better. Alrighty. I think I like how the ears are, but I might just try one for fun. So 10 and played off though. Very nice. I think Vex had it a little rough in the thing. Buff had more fur at the bottom. Okay. That was very okay. What do they do for the inner tufts? They don't do the inner tufts. But I need inner tufts. They don't have inner ear floof. Let's just do bigger motions. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's see how the old ear compares to the new ear. I feel like it's just not as fluffy. And I think that's... I like the old ones more. Let me fix this hair right here. Okay. There we go. We're just gonna erase this part. And there's one detail about the hair that I didn't think of while doing this drawing, so I'm gonna see if I can add that in now. Oh, shit. Okay. It'll be this one, go this way. I don't really want to listen to this music. Street lamps and night. Me. Song to sing. Play. Okay. Yeah, so it'd be this hair. Found me like a dog. The races with a part of me that's lost. Times where I recognize any of you that love me. What is that, babe? Unidentified, and it's all getting for my head. Is in the world right now. Just pray I come around. Oh, hello, do you know me? I'm sorry, it's just the chemicals. Oh, hello, do you know me? So, Mr. Forgettable. Oh, forgettable. So forgettable. Masterize. I love you. Me fly. Let me fly. In my eyes, staring at. Look at you change. What about that day? Used to be my heart. Now you're just a fake. My head is in the club right now. Let's pray I go around. Hello, are you lonely? Sorry, it's just the chemicals. Hello, you know me. I'm Mr. Forgettable. Oh, Mr. Forgettable. Oh. I think this was wrong. Maybe like this. Still forgettable. Hello, do you know me? It's just the chemicals. Know me? Still forgettable. This one. What? Oh, what? No, hold on. Oh, no, it should be a little bit more. There you go. So there's nothing to each other and driving me crazy. I need somebody to eat, somebody to know, somebody to help, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you hummed all the pain. Now the day bleeds, it's a nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. down and then you pull the rug. And I used to be someone you loved. Oh, and under it, I feel there's no one to turn to. You don't have nothing that you got without you. I need somebody to know, somebody to hear, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, it's never the same. Guess I kinda like the way you numb the escape. Day bleeds, it's a nightfall, and you're hi V, how are you? I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I tend to close my eyes when it hurts sometimes. But is boss no longer angry? No, boss no longer angry. I was no longer angry yesterday, to be fair. No, the day bleeds. It's a nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. With my guard down, let the brother rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. The day bleeds, it's a nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. Let my guard down, then you pull the rug. I used to being someone you loved. Down, then you pull the rug. It's getting kinda used to being someone you. I love you, but I need eats before Kaiser tomorrow. Good night. Good night, V. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you sleep well. I will see you tomorrow. I'm gonna do some general cleanup later, but. Twice a day. Wish how'd you say? Oh, never tell. No. You wish could tell. If teardrops could be bottled, I'd be swimming pools of my models. I'll twice just says what makes you whole. If I love you was a promise, would you break it if you're honest? I know you heard before. I don't want to be. What? Good, you want to see my art? I once again have decided to do a different art study. But I think I've somewhat settled on a line art style. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I gave up. But this is how it works.
Oh, that's not so bad.
I like the eyes.
Yeah, the eyes are
I think I did a good job on the eyes. Thanks.
How's the microphone treating you?
I want to put it in my mouth. It's very hard not to put just in my mouth. Love you. Mwah. Okay, have fun being deceased. I'm gonna go hang out with Mio after stream. Miss River plays its live the Copa Literados tomorrow. I don't know what that means. What the fuck does that mean? My guy? My gal? My person? The fuck does that mean? I don't wanna be you. I don't wanna be you. I don't wanna be you. I might redo that bow later. I wanna do the nails though. Wanna do the nails and then I might call it for stream. Yes, that is exactly what I wanted it to look like. No, silly. What would I do without your smart mouth? And you bring me out. And my head's spinning. No kidding. I can't bring you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? Yeah. I am River Fan, Hincha. We are the most difficult match to get against the Palme. We must be determined. We must be determined! I don't know what we're determined for, but we're determined! I wish you the best of luck in whatever this is that you're saying that you are doing. All of me loves all of you. What the fuck am I doing? I can just copy paste the nails of your all to me. I give my all to you, my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. All of me. Am I doing nails wrong? My wife is a real siren out of us. Oh, stop it, you. I'm glad you like my singing. I just like singing. I like your singing, though. I think your singing is really pretty. You down, I'm around. My blue. You're my downfall. You're my muse. My worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. Stop singing, it's springing. I think you're pretty gorgeous. Ooh, got him. But you're crazy and I'm out of my mind. I feel like this nail isn't long enough. It got a bit short. I like you, Kiwi. You like my Riz? That was some pretty good Riz, huh? You're all to me. I give my. If we win tomorrow, we'll probably get the final. Holy lib. We must win our 5 trophies. Come on, I believe in you, man. Or lady, person. I believe in you. You got this. I don't know what. Exactly it is that you're doing. I'm gonna be completely frank, but I believe in you nonetheless, if that counts for anything. Cards on the table, we're both showing us, risking it all, though it's hard. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your person. Elaine, what singing voice do you sing in soprano alto? It's the one in between soprano and alto. Like, I am the lowest soprano there is, I think. What's it called? Singing levels. I have no idea what I am. I did a very, very tiny bit of I think I'm mezzo soprano, I think. But I have a wide range because I have big lungs. Big ol' lungs. You are of me. You give me all. Or edit, redo. Search River Play Kobe 25. You will understand what I'm saving. Okay, I will look it up. I will look it up. 1 second. Oh, it's at my face. God damn it. Oops. Oh shit, is this soccer? Are you a soccer player? Are you a certified soccer player? Ilulu Fosilulu? Oh shit, dog. Yo, I believe in you. You got this. You got this. Tomorrow, 5:30 my time? Football! I believe in you. What's matches? Standings? I know nothing about sports. First soprano, second soprano, alto. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I am in between an alto and a soprano. I'm not full alto. I'm not full soprano. You got this. You got this, Lulu. I believe in you. Have a good luck kiss. Mwah. You got this, bro. You're gonna get him. You're gonna get him, and you're gonna go famous. I believe in you. I believe. Oh shit. God damn it. Oh, I don't have my rings. Was in choir all but 1 year of school. Yeah, I don't know what group I'd be in. The lady, my singing coach just said I would be in the lowest range of lady. Relative interest and destination. Type. I prefer sexual orientation. Selfish. I don't want to draw my rings. I need to sketch them. Another day. Just use white. Just wanna make you feel good. And all you do is look the other way. Alter and tenor. That's very valid. Very pretty. Then like. Okay. Here. I might just simplify my rings. I have one here as well. I might just simplify them. Other way. We won against our biggest rival in 2018. We made history. Those matches were the best of all South America. The global ended 5-3. Well, look, Lulu. It's time. It's time to do it again. It's time to do it again. And you know what? I think it would be really cool if you came back tomorrow and told us if you won. You know? I think you should come back tomorrow and tell us if you win. Because we'll be here tomorrow, same time. For longer, though, probably. And then you gotta tell us. Famous person in chat? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. And Lulu won't tell us if they are the soccer player from the soccer team. But if not, you know, that's still cool that you're such a fan, honestly. We are determined. Like you say, we are determined. We believe in you. We cheer for you. You have our dedication here at the Milk Club. Alright, I think that's good for today. I gotta think about that bow. This bow pissed me off. But I think everything else is okay. Who's streaming right now? Oh, Mooney's streaming. Is she? It's not saying anything. Just fan, not player. I said fan. Oh! We are like 30 million fans around the world. Damn! Very cool. First keeps crashing. Oh. It does say 23 minutes ago. That's okay. I'll go raid somebody. Bambi balance, but. Oh, Bambi! Fuck yeah, dude. I'll go raid Bambi. Whoops. Didn't mean to duplicate it. I meant to pin it so I could watch it in the background. Follow. Yeah, guys, we're gonna go raid Bambi. Let's go raid Bambi. Let's go Ray Bambi. Bambi playing Craft. Nothing like a long cold shower before bed. That's very valid. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I love you guys a lot. Thank you for putting up with me being a freak about my mic. But I will see you guys again tomorrow. All right. So have fun. Have a lovely night. I will see you then. Have a great time over with Bambi. Behave yourselves. If you need a raid message, here's a raid message. Remember, you don't gotta use it. But at least they know where you came from. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Good night. I love you guys. Mwah. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.